मंदिर से मंदिर का जो शो वहाँ पे ऑरेंज है वहाँ पे इसकी जल्दी दो। और उनका पीछे का पूरा स्पीच कैंसिल हो रहा है। चंद्र कंदन सर का पीछे का स्पीच पूरा कैंसिल हो रहा है। कैंसिल
वो वाला पेज दिखाओ कहाँ पे ये कौन है? ये कौन है? देख है और ये कौन है?
नीचे आएंगे
कहाँ पे खत्म हो रहा है?
खत्म तो नहीं पेज पे इनका पूरा कैंसिल करना है।
कौन सा?
चंद्रदीप नंदन सर का जो मैं बोल रही हूँ ना।
ये वाला ये ना
यस तो नाम है।
वाइस चांसलर
जगदीश सिंह बंदोपाध्याय सर जगदीश सिंह बंदोपाध्याय सर तुम्हारे पास में कौन है? यहाँ पे एकदम यहाँ पे तुम्हारे एकदम नेक्स्ट है।
कुछ लगा ही नहीं है। आएंगी तब तो
उनका स्पीच बोलने का दिखाना नहीं है।
आएंगी तब बोलेंगे, नहीं आएंगी तो काट देंगे। ऑप्शनल है ऑप्शनल
वहाँ कौन है तुम?
ये सब तो आ गए। ये जो वीसीज है वो सब नहीं आ रहा।
वो कर लो डिपार्टमेंट का प्रोग्राम है वैसे ही नहीं आ रहा इतनी
वो हर जगह नहीं आती ना।
बट इतनी
नहीं वो बहुत सारे डिपार्टमेंट में नहीं जाती। वो सिर्फ
हमारा एनुअल प्रोग्राम है ना वो नहीं जाता। तो ये ऑप्शनल है ना वो काम करने का है। इसमें ना जहाँ पे चंद्रदीप नंदन सर हम सुनो यहाँ पे भी चंद्रदीप नंदन सर का नाम लिखा हुआ है। यहाँ पे तो ये चेंज कर लेंगे देखो ना पीछे फेलिसिटेशन चेंज कर लो यहाँ पे भी।
और नीचे एसपी सेंसर खाली एसपी खाली एसपी देख लो ना फोन में एसपी सेंसर
वहाँ पे
प्रोफेसर
संदीप सर आए जितनी सर 5 मिनट में पहुंचे वो कह रही कि स्टार्ट करती हूँ वेट
अरे ये मैं
एक मिनट
पहले क्या क्या हुआ?
डिस्टर्ब करना सारी स्टिच है ना, इसलिए कोई दिक्कत नहीं होती। शी सेड कि वो तुम्हें बोलना नहीं पड़ता है
क्या?
even they come or not, जी हाँ, even if they come or not, you still have to look at them. Look.
अब तो चालू है। ऑब्वियसली। अच्छा हाँ, तो वाइस चांसलर का क्या करना?
Jana Martin.
यस सर।
स्लाइड को अपलोड कर दीजिए।
ओके
कर पाओगे?
हाँ जी सर, कर दीजिए।
कर दे इसमें क्या था, क्या नाम का जल्दी कुछ बता दो।
Very simple.
मॉर्निंग वो भी है नहीं, एक अलावा है। डेढ़ 10 बजे बोला, इसका बोला है।
आपका ये नहीं है सर।
ये नहीं है।
हाँ मैं अभी हूँ। आया ही नहीं है। अभी आया।
लूज है इधर, इसका मतलब पीपीटी फाइल है। गेट पे चला जाना,
ये वाला
और इधर पे
है ना? मैं अभी दे देता हूँ सर।
कोई बात दिया
हम्म।
ऐसे ये कर रिजेक्ट करके कर दो।
हम्म।
सर को 5 मिनट्स लग रहे हैं। ये महामाया तो सर ने मुझे कॉल किया, स्टार्ट करो। हाँ, मैंने डॉक्टर आपको नंबर से कॉल। कार्तिक की बच्चे बातें बहुत करते हैं अपने हाँ जी। हाँ, अरे
फोटोग्राफर्स को देखो जरा फोटोग्राफ में चल रहा है submitted to Ananya. Ananya BSc enrollment. By 12 PM बोल दो.
इसके पहले बोलेंगे ना लंच
हाँ,
ब्रेक
12 से स्टार्ट है ना 12 PM बोल दो.
ओके ऑल द स्टूडेंट्स हु
Or
आर
interested in poster presentation. अभी बोल दो. अभी बोल दो. हेलो हेलो नहीं हेलो चलो
ठीक है जीपी टिकट ढूंढो क्या बोलना है
all the students who are interested in poster
डिलीट करके बोलना
hello all the students who are interested in poster participation they can submit their posters to Ananya from BSc Environmental Science.
ओके सर
लंच टाइम पे जाएंगे.
ठीक है पता है हम लोग दो काम में था ना तो हमारा का टाइम कम हो जाएगा इन बिटवीन वीक को लंच चाहिए तो फिर हम का
सैटरडे के बाद
स्टार्ट नहीं करना
रिचा
It's already included in our speech. Speech में बोलने
A very warm welcome to all our distinguished panelists and participants. Good morning, everyone. I, Neeraja Mohapatra,
And I, Mahima Singh,
on behalf of Amity Institute of Environmental Sciences, Amity University, Noida, greet all our distinguished panelists and participants to the inaugural session of the National Workshop cum Training Program on Accelerating Sustainable Development through the Innovative Water Management Strategies on the occasion of 29th World Water Day with the theme Water and Gender Equality with the campaign slogan Water Where Equality Grows.
today, with the blessings of our founder president, Sir Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, dynamic leadership of President and Chancellor Sir Dr. Atul Chauhan Sir, under the aegis of our Honorable Vice Chancellor Ma'am, Professor Balwinder Shukla, and under the revered mentorship of Professor D.K. Bandyopadhyay Sir, Chief Advisor FPO, Mentor AIES, under guidance of Professor Chandradeep Tandon Sir, Pro Vice Chancellor Sir, and Professor S.P. Singh Sir, Head NRES Domain. We begin with our journey of discussing the various strategies and techniques for water management.
World Water Day, observed annually on March 22nd, is a significant United Nations observance that underscores the importance of fresh water and advocates for the sustainable management of freshwater resources.
Since its inception in 1993, World Water Day has been a platform to raise awareness about the 2.2 billion people living without access to safe water and to address the global water crisis.
Each year, a theme is chosen to highlight different aspects of freshwater management. In 2026, the theme Water and Gender Equality highlights the disappropriate impact of water scarcity on women and girls, advocating for their inclusion in water leadership, management, and decision making to achieve gender equality and SDG goals.
The day serves as a call to action to prioritize water conservation and management efforts to ensure the availability of clean water for current and future generations.
It's a day for learning, sharing, and committing to water related problems that will make a difference.
Around the world, events such as educational programs, campaigns, and community activities are organized to engage people in the conversation about the critical role that water plays in our lives and the need to protect this precious resource.
World Water Day 2026 also brings attention to the potential of water to spark conflict when access is denied or usage is unfairly shared.
It is a reminder that water can be used as a tool for equality when communities and countries cooperate over the shared resource.
The observance encourages working together to balance everyone's needs with a dedication to ensuring no one is left behind, making water a catalyst for a more equal world.
As we approach World Water Day, let's reflect on our relationship with water and take steps towards a sustainable and equitable future for all.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the inaugural ceremony of our esteemed workshop. As we gather to celebrate World Water Day, let us commence this event with reverence and anticipation.
Now, I would like to welcome all the distinguished guests and panelists to light the lamp. We begin with a moment of invocation, seeking wisdom and guidance. May the lighting of the lamp illuminate our path towards knowledge and unity.
या कुन्देन्दुतुषार अच्युत शङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवै सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमाम् आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीमभयदां जाड्यान्धकारापहा
Thank you for that serene and enlightening invocation. May this divine beginning guide us toward meaningful discussion and impactful outcomes throughout this workshop. Now, I would like to invite Dr. D.K. Bandyopadhyay, sir, to welcome Dr. Jagveer Singh, sir.
May I please invite now Dr. Renu Dhupar ma'am to please give the welcome address.
A very good morning and namaskar to all the speakers, my faculty members and dear students. I, Dr. Renu Dhupar, extend my heartfelt welcome on behalf of Natural Resource and Environmental Science Domain, Amity University, Noida, Uttar Pradesh. It is my privilege to warmly greet our respected guest of honors, dignitaries, distinguished speakers, participants, colleagues, and my staff member to this important workshop on accelerating sustainable development through innovative water management strategies under the celebration of World Water Day. It gives me immense pleasure to stand before this extreme gathering. I sincerely thank you, each one of you, for taking out your valuable time to part of this significant event. Water is the essence of life and cornerstone of the sustainable development. However, the growing challenges of water scarcity, groundwater depletion, climate changes, and increasing demand across the sectors have made water management one of the most critical global concerns today, especially in the country like India. The need of the hour is not just the conservation, but innovation-driven, integrating, and sustainable water management strategies. This workshop brings together experts, researchers, academicians, and the practitioners from diverse backgrounds to deliberate upon the innovative approaches, policy frameworks, technological advancements, and community-driven solutions which are aimed at ensuring the water security and sustainability. On this occasion, it is a matter of great honor and privilege to welcome our Honorable Founder President, Dr. Ashok Kumar Chauhan, sir, whose constant guidance, blessing, and visionary leadership continue to inspire us. His unwavering support has made it possible for us to organize such meaningful academic engagement based on the water management. I extend my deep regards to our respective Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, sir, whose dynamic vision and leadership have positioned the Amity University among the leading institutions globally. I warmly welcome our respected Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, ma'am, whose encouragement, motivation, and leadership continues to guide us towards excellence. It is my great honor to warmly welcome our extreme guest of honor, Dr. Jagveer Singh, Scientist and Advisor at the Ministry of Earth Science. He will join within a short time duration, within 15 minutes. It is distinct honor to welcome our extreme guest of honor, Sandeep sir, Scientist at the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Sir, your dedication towards environmental protection, policy implementation, and climate action makes your presence especially meaningful for this gathering. Your work continues to guide institutions and researchers in addressing some of the most pressing environmental challenges. We feel privileged to have you with us on this day, and we look forward to gaining the valuable knowledge from your address. On behalf of all of us, I extend a heartfelt welcome and sincere appreciation for your presence. Welcome, sir. I also extend my sincere welcome to our extreme mentor, Professor D.K. Bandyopadhyay, sir, for his continuous guidance, encouragement, and invaluable support to the natural resource and environmental science domain as the mentor of this domain. I would like to express my gratitude to Professor S.P. Singh, sir, Domain Head of Natural Resource and Environmental Science Division, for their continued support and efforts in organizing this workshop. I also welcome and sincerely thanks Mr. Kamaljeet sir from Holy Soul Company for sponsoring this event. Holy Soul Company is one of the sponsors for giving the sponsorship for this Water Day event. Your valuable support, sir, has made us possible for the conduction of this event. Thank you, sir, for being a spot today. Thank you, sir. The objective of this workshop is not only to identify the pressing challenges related to water resources, but also to foster a collaborative platform for sharing knowledge, experience, and innovative solutions. Through discussion on advanced technologies, policy interventions, and efficient water use practices, groundwater recharge, integrated water resource management, we aim to contribute towards a sustainable management goals. Effective water management requires a holistic approach involving the monitoring, governance, community participation, technological innovations, and climate resilience strategies. So it is only through the collective efforts and shared responsibility that we can ensure water security for the present and future generation. I encourage all the participants from UG level, PG level, and also the PhD scholars to actively engage in these sessions and share their perspectives and make the most of this opportunity for learning and collaboration. Before I conclude, I extend my sincere appreciation to all the speakers, organizers, and participants whose contribution has made this workshop possible. Your commitment to sustainability and environment is truly a very appreciable and helpful and support for the conduction of this workshop. Once again, I welcome you all and wish you for a highly insightful and productive workshop. Let us work together towards building a water secure and sustainable future for our present and future generation. Thank you.
Now, I would like to invite Professor S.P. Singh, sir, Head Domain NRES, to address us. Please, sir.
Thank you. Good morning to all. Respected Bandyopadhyay sir. इसमें वाटर क्राइसिस नहीं होगी ना. डॉक्टर संदीप जी and Dr. Jagveer Singh. I think welcome address has already been given. I start the topic itself is a very dynamic, accelerating sustainable development through innovative water management. But all of you know the importance of water. Everybody is aware, but none of you are practicing how to resolve this. This is the problem, and therefore we celebrate every year Water Day, other program and all that. In my opinion, traditional way is very, very important. Of course, you go for accelerating sustainable development goal, but are we taking care of the traditional way of managing our water resources? No. There is no dearth of water available in this planet. But the problem is that, do we have any safe drinking water available in this universe? Absolutely no. The answer is still very much no. The day we will get the safe drinking water availability, I think our 50% problem of disease will erase. We are spending a lot of money for our health, for medical treatment, is only because that we are not able to get a safe drinking water. The one point. The second point, which is also remind me, and that is also a theme of this Water Day, gender, especially the significance of women for the water. I'm the forest department, I know. I've seen many areas. If you go to Melghat, Maharashtra, you go to Rajasthan, the ladies used to go miles together to fetch a water on the head load. And during this time, they spend a lot of energy. They also face a lot of adversities and difficulty. But that point, they only recognize. My point is that we are sitting in the urban areas. We were not able to know what kind of our people who are forest people, who are dependent on day-to-day life are facing a problem. And we use our water discriminately as far as possible. Why it is happening? Because it is not priced. Everything available free is we are in the habit of spending like anything. Now electricity is paid, energy is paid. All of you are aware when you go to a home, you switch off light. But when you come to the university, possibly you don't do that. So my point, this workshop will give you sensitize that it is a duty of each and everybody that we should conserve water. And before starting any innovative method, try first traditional method where our ancestor is today. I can give you the example of Sariska Tiger Reserve, where Tarun Bharat Sangh came forward, Rajendra Singh, who got the Padam Shri, he came forward that the main problem of Sariska is water scarcity, and there are only few points are available, and these all tiger animal reach on that spot and then been posed. I was that time holding the post of Deputy Director Project Tiger. He came to me, he said, let us, mining is also one of the cause, and with assistance was we have submitted a petition in Supreme Court, and probably we got able to close the mines. But closing mine is not suffice the things. What he did, that he developed a soil water conservation program, making a lot of anicates, bunds, and that cause real recharge of that areas. Now you go to the Sariska, flourishing tigers are there, animals are there, vegetations are there. The government has taken a lot of decisions. Jal Jeevan missions is going on. The forest water relationship is also very, very important. Growing tree just will not be sufficient to this. What is more required, you have to develop a multi-layer forest and watershed management. If you take the example of entire Uttarakhand, they are having a lot of rains. You take the example of Meghalaya, they have a lot of rains, but there is scarcity of water. I'm happy with that. Meghalaya is my cadre. I'm very happy that each and every house has a system of water harvesting. And throughout the year, their drinking is depending on that water harvesting systems. But that is not available in Uttarakhand. And all spring has been wiped out. A very good suggestion, one project was done by Dr. Bartika Singh under the guidance of J.C. Kala sir, that is really said that if you make the watershed area survival, so automatically your spring will revive. And that is not happening. The negative point is what is happening. The fire hazard has gone very, very high on that areas. So water is done only that water crisis linked with many other things. Now we all know that oil crisis is happening. We are all worried. But remember, the next fight is for water. What is equally important is oil. And we are not taking care of this. So you require, I urge all the students, please go and see how our ancestors are using traditional way of hunting. You know what is happening to our water bodies? Each and every village were having earlier ponds. And every year that pond is to be dug and the soil used in the kacha houses, and therefore the water bodies keep on reviving. But if you go to today in the villages, entire village is pakka, and that water body is nowhere stand now today. The another important point which is happening, that we brought a lot of exotic species. Whatever water bodies are there, they have totally enclosed by them. If you even place like Kaziranga, people say that if there will be no flood, I think Kaziranga's rhino will be wiped out. Simple, because of water hyacinth is so high in that area. If there is no flood, entire water hyacinth will just stop all the habitat of rhinos. So everything is very much linked. So see that wherever water bodies are available, do that. See when you are going at home, how you are doing a water harvest system. Do you have any system of like this or not? This is very much important. I know that the problem of water is coming because of hydrometeorological changes and climate changes is happening every day. and that is creating a lot of problem to our ecosystems. We all say the wetland is our kidney of all ecosystems, but this is the ecosystem which is highly endangered. We are all aware, and we all are the part of doing it. Whenever we see any wetland, we try to put the garbage only there. I think the young dear students, you stay in different societies. Every society should have a system of water harvesting, and they should not use a drinking water for the purpose of loan. There should be a time when you have to get irrigation the loans. You just see the people doing the daytime, and so much water is evaporated, and they are using it drinking water. Remember that you are using surplus resources at the cost of somebody else. So kindly, you can be aware. Awareness is very much important. Everybody knows this is important, but everybody wants that there should be water conservation. But we do not make awards because we do not take initiative. I think this is the one of the workshop which just trigger your heart that you should, the next day you should start thinking on that day, how can I save the safe drinking water? I was discussing with Dr. Sudeep, said that मैंने बहुत कुछ कर लिया एयर वाटर में, अब तो मैं ब्लू इकोनॉमी आया हूँ. So today the blue economy, you all know, the whole ocean is most important, more unexplored, and many countries are fighting on the sea that how much we can take. So this is very important, and very few of us know about the blue economy. So my point is that it is a platform where you will learn the water conservation. It is also important. When you are doing a traditional thing, you must also do innovative. And there are many innovative has come up in this direction. There are very, very good case studies are available throughout the country. And kindly go through that. Very, very innovative method has been taken up. In Rajasthan, जो पहले बावड़ी होती थी, उनको खोद के लोगों ने दोबारा से स्टार्ट कर दिया और चीज़ें चेंज हो गई. So there are many ways. आप वाटर प्लांट लगाते हैं, किस तरह से लगाते हैं, शब्द की क्या इंपॉर्टेंस है, पानी को सोइल को कैसे कंजर्व करते हैं, that is very important. If you go to all our expressway looks very good, but they are totally naked. There no trees, no water. They have not given a thing that water is going down from the expressway. It should be channelized somewhere, and that water should be used for irrigation of these trees. But what is happening? We are taking a water on the road and we are doing sprinkling. I think most unscientific way of doing it. These are the things where you require a lot of innovative. So I think few words. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope you will carry a good message from this workshop, how to save the water. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words and guidance. Your experience and vision are truly motivating for all of us. Now, we are blessed to have with us Professor D.K. Bandyopadhyay, sir, who is a visionary mentor of Amity Institute of Environmental Science. He has an experience in academic and research leadership and motivates us to achieve our best. Sir, please.
Now, this time, to celebrate the Water Day, there is an innovation. When I say innovation, because we are not just creating some sort of awareness in terms of celebrating the Water Day. On the other hand, my faculty colleagues at Amity Institute of Environmental Studies, they say, no, sir, it is to be based on a workshop. The mode should be workshop. And if the mode is not workshop, then possibly the type of research you have been doing it, the type of research the world is doing it, will not be find their places properly. So, all my congratulations to the Amity Institute of Environmental Studies for rethinking it that if the celebration is to be made, celebration has to have some scientific approaches and scientific methods. It's just not like that any other function where we create the awareness. That's my first opening remark. So good morning to all of you. And we are thankful to Mr. Sandeep ji, Scientist F, Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. And just now I was conversing with him, and he was telling, sir, I am working on the coastal line. And he has a vast experiences from the Pollution Control Board. And then coming back to coastal line, he created that sort of a, projects in the ministry. And main interest is of him is how to create livelihood in the coastal line. And he says that there is a huge potential in terms of creating the livelihood in the people who are living in the coastal line. So thank you, Sandeep ji, for accepting our invitations and spending. I know it's a parliament session going on, and whenever the parliament session goes on, ministry people very difficult to get. I don't know whether Jagbir ji will be able to come or not, but certainly he is a good friend of ours. We have been interacting with him for quite some time. He has come over here a couple of times, and a great personality, and working in the Earth Sciences department, which is one of the many times one of the sponsors for many activities. So we are thankful to him, and of course, Minister of Environment Forest, my alma mater, and I all the time boast about it. But unfortunately, I'm not able to encash it. And that's why SP Singh Sab says, सर आप मिनिस्टर ऑफ एनवायरनमेंट फॉरेस्ट से आए हैं, आप एक एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी लेवल का पोजीशन में थे, तो आप वहां से क्या लाया? बोलते रहते हैं मुझे. मैंने कहा देखो मुझे शर्म लगती है जाने के लिए, to be honest. But certainly I would like to keep myself now more vigilant and more interactive with the people who are sitting in the Ministry of Environment and Forest. So there was a disconnect for me for quite some time. So thank you very much once again. Thank you for coming over here. And hopefully Jagbir ji will be able to join. And if the parliament questions permits him, मुझे जो लग रहा है, वो बोल रहा था 5 मिनट, 10 मिनट, 15 मिनट, मुझे लग रहा है उन्हें वहां से निकला ही नहीं. लोकेशन में घूम गए कैसे हो सकते हैं? तो बोरुन को बोलो ना, बोरुन को बोलो, माया को बोलो ना, माया तो बैठे, मैं बता देना उसको. हाँ, जियो इन्फॉर्मेटिक्स. हाँ, but I sincerely desire and sincerely wish that one day that you'll be spending over here, complete day, you'll be able to take away something from here. And that is the purpose of the celebration, an academic celebration. We do different types of celebration, but academic celebration has to have some academic component. And if the academic components are there, then essentially people feel attracted. And next time when Renu Dhupar and his team and her team will be inviting, many people will be attracted to come. No, यहाँ सिर्फ गप नहीं होती हैं, यहाँ कुछ academics भी होती हैं. Now, my presentation, I have prepared a presentation. मैंने सोचा workshop है, so I should also make my mindset to be workshop oriented. So workshop oriented means that I am to give something, what exactly happening, what my scientists are doing over here, what my faculty members are doing over here in terms of related to water. Now, my lecture will be in 2 parts. One is with few data sets, I will highlight what is the situation, what is the danger that is looming around us. Then what are the traditional way we are trying to manage them. And most important is, while we are managing, we are trying to ensure that availability of the water. But what ensures that we will be able to get good quality water? What is that as an environmental science department we shall be doing it for removal of the contaminations from the water. Now, what are the different tools and techniques that are coming up? What are the different researches are going on? Our own department, what they are doing it, and how they will be able to scaling it up in the days to come. So that exactly is my lecture. Topics is of very beautiful topics. क्या करना है? अपलोड करें ठीक ऑनलाइन कोई है क्या? इसको थोड़ा दो करने कर दे, कहाँ पे कर दे? ठीक है, चलो हो गया. Accelerating sustainable development through innovative water management strategies. They say that the way the sustainable development has been defined, it has not worked. I may be making a very controversial statement, but world, when people are talking about sustainable management, I think a decade. But are you really able to achieve the sustainable development? Why? Because it's a question of supply and demand. Because it's a question of greed versus need. Now, sustainability, now I think it has just remained in the book chapters. Sustainability has remained in some conferences, seminars, and workshop discussions. But without sustainability, the future of life is going to be totally in danger. If we are not able to keep something for our next generations, if we are not able to give something to them that they will be able to survive, then they will question us. They will tell us. So the sustainable part, what we are trying to say, as I told you previously, that I have broken it into two parts. Now, some statistics, what Singh Sahab just now told, the agriculture, if you just look at, the 70% of the water withdraws worldwide. They just use 70% of the water availability. And it is envisaged that by 2050, the agriculture will need to produce 60% more food globally and 100% more in developing countries. The water demand is going to be tremendously high. Second point, industry and energy. It accounts 20% of the water demand. Whatever water we have got, 20% of the water demand comes from the industry. Now, domestic sector, if we shall look at, that 10% of the total water use is in the domestic sector. An estimated 748 million people remain without access to an improved sources of water. And 2.5 billion remain without access to improved sanitation. That what world we are living? What is the Viksit Bharat we are talking about? If my fellow citizens are not able to get water for their uses, what is the equality? What is the natural resource sharing? So this creates different types of narratives. That if that is the so, then what do we do? Question comes. Researcher minds get agitated. Now cities, if you just look at the cities, now more than half the world already lives in the urban areas. And 2050, it is expected that more than 2/3 of the global population of 9 billion will be living in cities. And you look at the precarious condition of the cities. Delhi cities get 2 hours in the morning, 2 hours in the evening water supply. And that also quality of the water is a questionable mark. And for economic growth, most importantly, social equity and environmental sustainability, water resources will be closely linked with the sustainable development of the cities. If there is no water, just now Shiksha was telling that we are constructing the highways, beautiful, but we do not see any greeneries around. Why? Because there is no watering mechanisms has been planned so that those trees which are being planted over there, they get regular water for the survival. So there is a problem of our planning. There is a problem for our innovative technologies. Now, ecosystem, if we look at, perhaps the most important challenge to the sustainable development to have arisen in the last decade is the unfolding global ecological crisis that is becoming a barrier to further human development. वो कह रहे ना आप पेड़ नहीं काट सकते हो, रास्ता नहीं बना सकते हो, 300 पेड़ नहीं काटोगे, 3000 पेड़ नहीं काटोगे, and because it is going to create a different disturbances in the ecological. So look at the dilemma, development vis-a-vis sustainability. This dilemma is going on, but which is now prevailing? Essentially, the disturbance and the degradation of the ecological conditions and ecological systems is getting degraded. So where is the sustainability then in that case? Can we stop development? We cannot stop development. If we need development, then essentially we need space. And where is the space available to us? That's again $100 million questions. Now, Composite Water Management Index report. That's another interesting statistics. It says that by Niti Aayog in 2018, it says almost 75% of the water do not have, 75% of the people do not have drinking water at their premises, and almost 80% of the rural population do not have access to piped water. Just now Shiksha was telling, the लोगों को कितना दूर दूर तक जाना पड़ता है. आपने देखा होगा राजस्थान में वो लेके कलश लेके कितना भागते हैं. उत्तराखंड में मैंने खुद देखे हैं किस तरह से लोग नीचे से ऊपर से पहाड़ कर नीचे से ऊपर से नीचे आते हैं और उसके बाद बैक में किस तरीके से वाटर लेके जाते हैं. And many places in our country that accessibility of water is a crisis. And this 84% population in the rural population do not have access to piped water. Now, when you talk about Viksit Bharat, these are some of the indexes must be looked into. Now, 1.7 billion people currently living in river basins. That's another interesting point. You know that cities are generally gets developed nearby the rivers. All cities across the world, because water availability. Even our, Red Fort, if you just look at, Jamuna used to flow by the side of the river, Red Fort. Now it has receded the path. And same way, different types of people, king used to live by the side of the river. Two reasons, availability of water, and second is in case of any attack, they'll be able to flee. These are the two reasons. In Lucknow, if you go there, all palaces they constructed by the river Gomti, so they can flee over there. So, approximately 1.7 billion people are living in the river basins. Now, what is happening? Whatever water they are extracting exceeds the recharge, leading to the desiccation of rivers, depletion of groundwater, and the degradation of ecosystem and the services they provide. Now, how do you get out of it? What do you do about it? Now, with the population growth, global water demand is projected to increase by 55% by 2050. And we are talking about 2047, we will have a Viksit Bharat. Now, first thing we must attack, how do we provide the usable water to the population of our country? That should be our strategy, that's what we should be working on, and such is the important topic. Now, economic loss, if we just look at for the inadequate delivery of water and sanitation, was estimated about 1.5% of the gross domestic product of any country. 80% of the wastewater is discharged without treatment. That is the statistics from a reliable sources, and most of our water is contaminated, and India currently ranks 120 among 122 countries in water quality index. And such is the precarious conditions. So contamination is one of the important dimensions. And second important dimension is the availability of usable water. Now, disasters. Since the original of the Rio Earth Summit in 1992, floods, droughts and storms have affected 4.2 billion people out of 9 billion people. 95% of all people affected by disasters. Caused US dollar 1.3 trillion of damage of all the 63% of all the damage. Now you can imagine when there is accessibility of the water, flooding taking place, we are not able to control it, and this is again coming back to the destruction of the economy. On the one hand, water delivery systems, we are not able to manage properly. That is causing our economic degradation, 1.5% of our GDP. Second, when there is excess of water, it is going to run away water, and that is again getting stuck, flood is created, and then it is also damaging the property and damaging the livelihood. So, if you want to do that, we have to have a securing sustainable water for all. How to achieve it? That's how different types of indexes that has been created. We want people should be healthy, people must increase their prosperity, people have a equitable societies. That's come the joining of the women in this type of activities. So equitable societies, protected ecosystems, and resilient communities. These are the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I identified these are the most 5 important things for managing the water. Now, what actually is going to happen? So, universal access to safe drinking water, sanitation and hygiene, the sustainable rise and development of water resources, increasing the sharing of the available benefits, robust, effective water governance with more effective institutions and administrative systems, improved water quality and wastewater management taking account of the environmental limits, reduced risk of water-related disasters to protect vulnerable groups and minimize economic losses. So these are the challenges before us, and these are each one is a topic of research. People are carrying on research. I say nahi that people are not doing, people are working, but we are to give more emphasis on these dimensions. So all we know, water is a natural resource without which there would be no life. Now 97% of the water in the ocean which are salty and cannot be used for drinking purposes. The other side of the coin. Remaining 2.5%, that is a fresh water. Most is frozen in glaciers and polar ice caps. Only less than 1% of the Earth's water is available for drinking. Less than 1% is available for drinking. Moreover, the Earth's water supply is fixed. This is why it is important to conserve and sustainable use of it for the health of human society, life support system, and maintaining ecosystem services of the planet Earth. In India, ensuring water security is a way to ensure food and nutritional security as well as economic security. The last line, last paragraph, that ensuring water security, essentially we ensure food and nutritional security as well as economic security. Because if there is no water, there is no agriculture. If there is no water, there is no industrial growth. If there is no water, there is no proper food generations. What is the question of nutrition? If there is no food generation, what is the question of nutrition? So they are so interrelated. And this must be actually factor. Now, some of the mechanisms already that we have been working on, that is water conservation strategy. The conjunctive use of surface and groundwater should be encouraged to shorten the water use and to alleviate the degradation of water and soil resources. Now, there are various technologies for groundwater recharge, such as use of dug wells, ponds, water harvesting structure in drains and rivers should be studied for feasibility. I know I come from a village. In the village, we used to have a pond. And that pond is to be mainly used for the purpose of drinking water. Other than picking up the water from the pond, nobody will be going there either to take bath or will take the cattle to roam over there. But that is the way they used to conserve water. In the rainy season, they used to fill it up properly, used to allow the filtration process and make it the ground. And not only that, if you go to some eastern side of our country, now it is coming to the western side also, in Delhi, there are so many water bodies. During the years, the water bodies have become defunct. Now the government is taking a stand for rejuvenating those water bodies. They have been identified through satellite. Now they have identified these are the places where the water bodies are there. Now they are trying to create or they are trying to recreate those water bodies for water conservations. And the moment there is a surface water storage at one place, essentially the water table also increases. And then plantation around water bodies. And when I was the director of the Institute of Forest Management, one Dr. Booth used to be there, his wife and himself. He showed that if I create the forest around those water bodies, and he has shown experimentally that the water table grows up. Now, those traditional scientific knowledge is already available with us, and our ancestors, they have used it very, very rightfully. If you go to the different forts, you can see that Golconda Fort, if you go, how the water is to reach over there. And the mechanism they adopted in terms of making the water to reach over there, it is something to be studied. These are all our traditional knowledge. These are all our old knowledge in terms of the water conservation. And the time has come that we must revisit them. We just don't ignore them. Rainwater harvesting, things are already talked about, but look at the condition of the rainwater harvesting. The well has been dug. The runoff water gets actually pumped over, automatically goes over there. But many times it has been seen those well, this has been dug, is actually totally uncleaned and it blocks. You go to any societies, you'll be finding, yes, I have a water harvesting. Go there, have a look. What is the condition over there? No maintenance. I mean, you are just making the water to go. You are also filtering it a little bit with different sand and stones. All those gets vanished, and they gradually get filled in. So water harvesting, the way it has been taken up, it's all a lip service. I call it a lip service. So the time has come that those water harvesting mechanisms must be taken very seriously, and those people who are not, following it up, they should be penalized. And I will be writing to the Secretary, Minister of Environment and Forest. Please, sir, make it a compulsory, make it a notification through Urban Affairs Ministry or the local bodies, State Minister, that if the water harvesting is not done being properly, then the society will be fined. Something of that sort must be maintained, or their water supply will be cut. Now, irrigation management. Now you can see that the way the canal has been dug, the way the canal they manage the water, so much of water flows. There is no proper mechanisms, there is no bulk control that, in this much of area, hectares of land, so much of water will be needed. The moment that so much of water is released, the bulb gets automatically closed. That type of thing needs to be brought back in our irrigation management system, but unfortunately, it is not being done. Now, watershed management. Another interesting thing that, both water supply management and water quality is the protection of the watershed through maintenance of naturally vegetated buffer strips along streams, river channel, and along lakes. Do you do it? We do not do it. We hardly take any responsibility in terms of watershed management. Now, wildland preservation, it is an important element of watershed protections. Now, coming back to ETP, Effluent Treatment Plant. It is a compulsory, as per the Pollution Control Board, that every institution has to have a ETP. Every society must have a ETP. Look at their condition of ETP. Where the water is going. Now, Delhi government have been told they are going to purchase 40 or 60 ETP plants, and they are going to put it near the drains so that some affluency can be reduced and the Jamuna river may be getting some breath. But why not? Every institution have to have a FTP plant, and there should be a control that the water that is getting discharged are used for their gardening purposes, for their washroom or toilet purposes, and no as such water is getting wasted, and it is a zero waste water mechanisms. Then finally, community participations. It's a perennial that for water conservation, water preservation, women has taken a greatest lead. And women has to be brought in with their active participation, and the community to be involved. That look, this is not the way, we are going to be all in peril. And unless and until this type of things we do it, possibly justification cannot be given. Now coming back to the point of water contamination. This is another serious problem. Somewhere some fluoridization, somewhere some chlorization, somewhere some sort of a antibiotics contamination, somewhere some dye contamination, and they are all making our water to be non-reusable. Now I understand during my younger days, we used to go to the river, Ganges. My maternal uncle house is in Murshidabad. By the side of the palace, the river Ganges used to flow. And it was our regular practice that we used to go and take our bath, rejuvenate ourselves. Swimming karke, then rejuvenate ourselves. But today I cannot dare to go to the river Ganges. Immediately there will be skin disease. So much of pollutions. Now some of our faculty members are working in these areas, So advanced oxidation processes for removal of the contamination. Use hydroxyl radicals to degrade pollutants. Effective for toxic elements. This hydroxyl radicals utilization reduces effective for toxic chemical. Example, ozonation, Fenton reaction. However, it cannot be scaled up because high cost and high energy requirement. Nanotechnology based treatment. This is another technology coming up. As it's a workshop going on, so we should also get something home. And those who will be joining our PhD program, they should also feel that these are the areas where Environment Science Department of MIT has been working on. The use of nanoparticles like CNTs, TiOT, zinc oxide, and high surface area improves efficiency. Removes heavy metals like cadmium and microbes. But concern is here environmental safety. Then bioremediation. And lot of my colleagues are working on bioremediation here. Lots of their PhDs have been conducted in bioremediation that we need to now scale it up. So use of microorganisms to degrade pollutants. Eco-friendly, but cost-effective. Bacteria, fungi, algae. These are the main thing that we use it for bioremediation, but it's a slow process. But how do you scale it up? There demands research. Then phytomediation uses plants to absorb contaminations. Suitable for low-cost pollution, low-cost and sustainable, and it's a time-consuming matter. Then hybrid system. Combination of the multiple technologies improves efficiency and sustainability. Nano plus AOP combined. So these are the researchable, and it has to be scaled up if we really want fresh water to get it by removing the contamination. So what are the emerging trends? Solar photocatalysis, AI-based optimization, low-cost rural technologies, preamble reactive barriers. These are some of the things that it has been working on. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. You are always motivating us with your words, and every time we see a new paradigm open for us.
थैंक यू में 2 कार्ड की मैनेज किया बताओ बताना पड़ेगा हाँ that's one way explanation another thing blue stands for what huh blue is water then maroon stands for huh एक सौ बोलो मेरून पटेल में तुम मारेगा तो मेरून स्वामी विवेकानंद देखो मेरून कलर पर हम करता है क्यों अभी फूड फॉर थॉट्स
Thank you, sir. That was really insightful, and we will be thinking over it. We are very blessed to have with us Mr. Sundeep, sir, Scientist F, Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change. Mr. Sundeep, sir, brings with him a wealth of experience and expertise garnered over the years in various capacities within the ministry and associate organizations. With a career spanning several pivotal roles, his contributions have significantly impacted policies and initiatives aimed at environmental protection and sustainability. Sir, we are very happy to welcome you, and please, I would ask you to come over the dais and address the gathering today.
Thank you, ma'am. And again, I must say loudly good morning to everyone and to my seniors on the dash. Before I get to share my experience over a period of time, what I have been working, I must congratulate Amity and the center for working on these sensitive matters, to sensitize the people, bring them on board and discuss how the challenges we are facing in today's and coming forward. These challenges are going to be more serious. This is what is in nutshell. Just to give you idea, like I have been working in water sector since 1992. I started as a research fellow, and thereafter, if I put it, I bring experience right as a researcher. Thereafter, I went as a regulator, enforcing agency, then project management, and today somewhere I am contributing towards policy making, be it water sector, air sector, and other waste. And these are all cross-sectoral linked. So you cannot have like, if I say water, so air is not there, but then their relations are depending upon where you are and what challenge you are looking at it. First, let me talk on the today's theme. Water and gender, where water flows, equality grows. When I saw this theme, I recall my early age when I was doing my master's. That time we were given a assignment, not assignment, but Rajiv Gandhi Drinking Water Mission. And there were villages identified across India where people were supposed to go and see that what is the distance from where they get water and how secure those sources are, what are the quality. So scarcity versus availability. When we say availability, means quality and quantity both. I was working with one of my colleagues. We were given three districts, very sensitive that time, Bastar and Gadchiroli. And these two districts, today they are much better. When we were there, we were only safe because हमें वहाँ पे लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन ने बोला आपको कोई पूछेगा तो बोलिएगा हम पानी वाले हैं. And that पानी वाला was a tag which we got lot of facility from the local, even these areas were Naxalite infected. So that time we got the message that even where you don't have so-called educated, what we say, but infected, intense, what we say, disturbed area, people recognize and respect water. When we did the survey, I was just to tell you, this was in 93, 94. People, especially the ladies and the villages, they used to go 4 kilometer, 5 kilometer on bullock cart, get to a river, and those rivers were not perennial on surface flow. They had underflow. They used to dig in the sand, wait for 2 hours, 3 hours. Whatever water will get collected, and that they will fetch it into their bullock cart. Even many of them did not have utensils, what we say. So their utensils were made of wood. So they will cut the wood, make it as a bucket, and they put that water. And in those ditch, if you go, you will see that the frogs and all sort of insects are there. But they had their own way of treating. They will fetch the water, and then they do what we learned during our engineering or trainings. sand filtration. They used to put within the riverbed and treat that water and bring it on that wooden part, and then they will store in their houses in wooden logs. Another way of fetching water was in hillocks. They will put bamboo and 1 drop, 2 drop, and they will have a system where end of the whole mechanism they will get water. And these waters were used for drinking purpose, and the river water was used for all other purpose. So that much of wisdom was there, what we call today a traditional system of managing water, sourcing water, which we over a period of time has lost. If you go to any international forum as of today, recently I was with Ramsar Convention in Zimbabwe. One of the upcoming theme where all international forums are stressing is revive the traditional knowledge, because those have been sustainable and taken all the demands and supply challenges they have dealt over years together, centuries together. And we have destroyed it within 40 years or 50 years, maybe 100 years. So the tradition which brought us for 4,000 years, 3,000 years, we have destroyed it, and we just superimpose by certain things, what we call it sustainability. Now, sir was saying, very rightly said, sustainable development and sustainable management. Most of us sitting in this room practice sustainable management. We don't practice sustainable development. And when we say, it's a very raw way of putting at it, roti, kapra, makan, fir bagan. So sustainable development is when you reach to the level of bagan. When you start thinking, my house should have flower pots, my house or my farm should have trees. That means you have crossed the level of food, clothes, and shelter. So till these 3 phases, every individual lives in sustainable management of their life. And once they reach a level, then they talk about sustainable development. As Bandyopadhyay sir rightly said, sustainable development coined in 1992, and today we are 30 years down the line. It was for the people who had developed and they wanted us to think about it. The nations which had crossed to the level where they were looking after bagan, not roti, kapra, makan. So now every country has grown over a period of time, and accordingly, based on their evolution, people have started thinking. If you see, just go through now, you have a lot of good tools available. Ask ChatGPT, per capita income, how they think about it, do a survey. They will give you indicative information, how much it is to maybe, but then you can be assured that those are based on research carried out by various people, and they collect the data and give it to you. Now, this is, having said this, let us talk about water now. Innovation, what exactly is required? We all know the challenges. What has been challenges and why we are not at that level? It's known more or less to everyone. There are multiple books written based on the past experience, and you can get through those. Now, how to move forward? If you do a small survey, you will find that there has been a lot of PhD in last 10 to 15 years, which talks about, and they have done on, as rightly highlighted by Bandyopadhyay sir in his presentation, related to POP, AMR, microplastic, and pesticides and everything. Now, these research are lying somewhere in silos. Now, where we need to look at it is the science which has been developed or science which has come out on the table by the researchers, by the students, those needs to be brought into application. So unless and until application is made and thereafter it is accepted, in the given challenging situations, because there are challenges, you won't be able to solve the issue. Whatever we do, I know minimum 10 to 12 research paper done on Yamuna, especially between the two barrages, and multiple. And when you talk to them, they say this is the solution, this is the solution. Fine, we respect those research because they do with the boundary. Once you put the application, you have to think from a implementation point of view. There will be cost involved, there will be different perspective we have to synergize, and that is where the research needs to be done. So from core research, science to technology, and technology to implementation. I give you a simple example. In 1995, I was working with NERI. That time, Supreme Court asked us to do an assessment of an industry and tell us what is the best solution for water management. That time, the industry was a distillery, a very big distillery. That time, 50 KLD distillery means it was, and one of the most dirtiest wastewater, what you can think of. Although distillery does not have any chemical which we talk POP and everything. These are all organics which can be treated. If you leave it for 180 days in any pond, it will become normal because it's an organic thing altogether. We did exercise. We came out with 4 or 5 options, treatment options, and we submitted it. That time the cost of option where you can take that water, make it potable. That time the bottled water was very new to the society. And one option we were asked to work out with engineering, all technology we had, that if I convert this water to a bottled water quality, what will be the cost? If I take it to irrigation, what will be the cost? If I discharge it into river, what will be the cost? Like that, 4 or 5 options we were asked to work out. And I tell you that time 5 rupees per cubic meter, that is per kilo, was the cost coming, and 13 rupees when we adopted reverse osmosis. And the entire industry association said it is not possible. I am talking about 1996-7. Today, after 30 years, each and every distillery, when they come with that technology which we were looking at. And we suggested that time it was not feasible. Today, everyone has adopted as a original equipment system. So that shows that the technology has evolved. It became more cost effective, and the challenges has grown, and those challenges cost are also there. So there is a synergy, and then they come together and become a reasonable solution to be accepted. This is a classic example where we can think over and come out with why the technology, what is being developed. I can tell you, maybe Amity may have that, TERI has that, multiple technologies are there which can give you purified water with just like within half an hour. But what is the cost? What is the challenges? Which sector it can be used? That is one part on control. So my suggestion is, I always go and promote that let us bring the science or technology which is lying in somewhere, work on it and make it acceptable to the user. That is more, and good example, we grown with that hand pump. Today, my kids are not going to hand pump. They prefer bottled water. So this is the difference. And we have to see whether these are sustainable lifestyle or not. Difference between need and want. We call it greed, and that is a very exaggerated. I just suggest what is the need and what is the want. This two has to be worked out. Now I pointed out some, giving you a small example. Last week we did. I reside in a society having 800 flats. I have been pursuing with my society for last maybe 5 years. And last week, my society people accepted and they said, okay, let us do experiment. one tower, 4 flats, one channel which supplies water, one drain from top to the kitchen, and every flat has a RO inbuilt by the builder, and which is very common now in Noida and everywhere. And this has been a concern for me for long, because I was also associated with one of the direction to make policy for reverse osmosis, whether it should be allowed or not. If yes, what? So when I was doing it, from that time only I came to know what are the challenges. On an average, 40% water is, depending upon what you tell your RO service manager, he will fix it 50-50. If I take 50-50 that way. So last week on Friday, we did an example, one tower, one section, 14 flats. 1 o'clock we started collecting that water from all the flats, which was only related to reject of RO. And within 5 hours, we were able to collect 1,000 liters. That was from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. Everyone knows 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. is not the peak time for water consumption from RO in any household. So if I take 2.5 times a thumb rule, we are in one tower. So we come out with the whole society, and it is something around 160 KLD. So kiloliter per day, this much of water from my society is being rejected just to get a water which does not require that much of purification. If you take 400 TDS water, it is not going to harm you, but it is going to help you health-wise. Most of us take RO and we do at 150, less than 150. We have developed the taste and we try to retain with that. The more you reduce the TDS, more rejects goes out. And then I'm talking about a society having 160 KLD, which if you look at it, it is equivalent to 250 family water supply. And the water which is going rejected, it goes to the drain. So you think over it that you pump a water either from ground or any source, bring it to your house, and then you reject 40% of the water, at least for drinking purpose. Everyone takes 4. So that means 4 liters of water means you are rejecting 12 liters of water. Cost involved, scarcity, source, lot of things are there. Now, these are the things we need to sensitize the people. And I am hopeful that it may not be acceptable in initial phase, but going forward, people will realize it and accept it. Because if you go through any of the river, people in Delhi have seen only Yamuna. When you go for visiting other places, you just see the river and come out. Those who live along the river, ask them 20 years back, 30 years back, what was the flow in the river and what is today. It has reduced 2 times, 3 times. Total rainwater, if you see annually, Jagvir sir will tell you from IMD, we have total rainfall almost stagnant throughout last decade or 2 decades or 3 decades. But the availability, rainy days and how it recharges the groundwater, that is what most of the river are now outflowing. That means earlier the river used to get water from the banks and that was continuing the flow. Today rivers are charging the groundwater because there is a lot of groundwater withdrawal. So there are a lot of challenges with respect to water. And I can go on continuing on all aspects because I have a lot of example every day when I interact. I get a lot of learning from whom I get interaction and everything. But there are certain things which we can contribute from our side. Like I gave an example of RO. Similarly, quality and quantity, when we talk about that, to what extent we have IS 10500, which talks about potable water quality. But whether I need that quality for all the purposes, we need per house 120, 130. And at the same time, our own guideline says that 50 liter per capita is good for a village. Why this disparity? A villager will get 50 and they are in government records as per the guideline, they are saturated, they are good to go by that. But I live in metro, I need 160. We have to think over it, that why? Can we reduce that? And these all has to come from individual contribution going forward. No doubt about it that one day we all will be in a problem for water, availability of water, and Delhi is facing it. Like Delhi has a very unique problem. September to February, we talk about air pollution. And thereafter, after Holi, we start talking about water pollution. May and June and July, we talk about ammonia pollution in Yamuna. And then again, we come to another problem, air pollution, water pollution, air pollution. And we don't look at these challenges to find a solution. Every individual contribute to the problem, but no individual is ready to contribute to the solution. I can talk to everyone individually. Everyone has a solution from their perspective. But if you ask them, have you practiced any of the solution you are saying? They will say, we don't get time, we don't have this problem, so those problems. So perspective, solution is available. But when it comes for practicing, we have some excuses. And that is where when you suggest this is the solution, you have to think the implementing agency also have similar excuses. So it is individual who has to contribute, and then only you can overcome challenges. As a policy, policies are made to guide, provide, facilitate, not to regulate. Regulation is for those जो class में सबसे बदमाश होते हैं उनके लिए डंडा आता है, सबके लिए नहीं आता है. So if we start using that danda for or stick for everyone, that means we are not having a proper conducive environment where people are encouraged to do proactively. So reaction or reactive stances are not solution for any challenge. It has to come proactively. And one way of it at what such workshop should come out of these halls, go to the Nukkar Natak community, and every individual has to sensitize. And there, I feel the corporates, under their CSR and everything, they should start working with the college and university students, because spoke and hub method works very fast. And when I was a school student, that time, we had one class, and today also, Samaj Upayogi work. You go to the in your colony or anywhere, clean the drains, remove the grass, and those things were there. Today, none of the parents will allow their kids in any school to go and clean the drain. I myself will have, shall not. But that was the practice when we grew, and I think that models are good to sensitize. Corporates should come forward, handhold the universities, and university as a curriculum, they can promote these things. And then the students can have first-hand experience. And once they get associated and attached, it reflects in their work and their lifestyle, lifelong. So with this, I will just thank you all for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. When experience like yours speaks, it reflects the practical aspects of water conservation and initiates technological and research innovations for all of us here. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your experience. I would now like to request Dr. Renu Dhupa ma'am to please welcome Dr. Jagri, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Richa. It is a great honor to warmly welcome our extreme guest of honor, Dr. Jagveer Singh, Scientist G and Advisor at the Ministry of Earth Sciences. Sir, we are truly privileged to have you with us on today for the inaugural session of this workshop. Your vast experience and valuable contributions in the field of earth science are a great source of inspiration for all of us. We are confident that your insights will greatly enrich this event and guide us towards a sustainable solution. Once again, a very warm welcome and heartfelt thanks for joining, sir. Welcome.
As ma'am said, we are very blessed to have with us our guest of honor, Dr. Jagveer Singh, sir, Scientist G and Advisor, Ministry of Earth Sciences, a PhD from GNU. He has a vast experience spanning decades of leadership in research, education, training, and outreach programs, and new ocean research. He even participated in ocean experiments like BOMBEX and RMEX. He has been instrumental in leading inter-ministerial Earth Day, Ocean Day, Science Olympiads, and Swachh Sagar, Surakshit Sagar campaigns. Sir, we are very happy to call you on the dais and to address our gathering and sensitize us all towards the cause of water. Sir, please.
Namaskar and very good afternoon. Esteemed experts on dais, respected Professor Bandyopadhyay ji, Professor S.P. Singh ji, and my very dear friend and colleague Dr. Sandeep ji from Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, and our esteemed faculty here in the hall, along with the not only research residents but also I am seeing some maybe must be PG and graduate residents also here. So really thanks for this opportunity to be here, and my apology to be a bit late due to certain commitments. Session is also going on, but this workshop that is on this International Water Day is being convened today. That is again very important day. That is World Meteorological Organization Day. विश्व मौसम संगठन दिवस भी आज है, और ये एक coincidence है that we are meeting today here on this occasion. As far as this so wonderful talk have been there, and just now with the practical examples, we listened Dr. Sandeep ji. I would like to mention here one of the campaign mode activity which we were together. That was Swachh Sagar, Surakshit Sagar on International Coastal Cleanup Day. That happens to be on 3rd Saturday of every September every year. So that we are lucky to have about 10,500, more than 10,500 kilometer coastline. So idea was to taking care of the coast and this coastal water. Then this that we had planned that interministerial effort was there in 2022. That happened to be 17 September. And there we had planned for 75 of the locations, because we were in 75 year of independence. And on 75 locations, we again planned that we will be 75 our own colleagues, employees, and volunteer on each of the location, and would be carrying out that this Swachh Sagar, Surakshit Sagar activity, particularly giving emphasis on single-use plastic apart from other waste. And I tell you that this when we made call for that, there are actually that that thumping response from public and volunteer organizations, apart from 12 ministries and government departments. And the activity was carried out by that volunteer organizations and public, apart from your own, at 836 locations instead of 75 locations we planned. And further, the volunteers which were there for that activity were more than 1 lakh. So this is kind of a campaign, and you know that further when we segregated the waste, that single-use plastic was used, and that figure I am not able to recall. But soon after that, we saw that there was proactive role by some industries also, and making particularly that basically recycling and reusing the single plastic. So that is one just this campaign. Why I mentioned that is that if we have any any thing new and which can be that serving purpose of a large, particularly our great nature and Mother Earth. I have found that it is practical example that public takes it very much, and they join their hands fully with whosoever want to coordinate or do the activity. So same way the water, which is so important, a campaign mode is needed, which across that particularly from school stage itself, that each drop of water is having great importance, and that's is that is not nothing new to us. That is coming from ancient period, where even our Vedas or Puran, if you say that, they also have mentioned that the worshipability of the natural resources, and that has come up to the constitutional provisions also now which we have. So that is one thing. Other thing is that we are to be ready for meeting the challenges and adopting best managerial practices as far as this our resources are concerned, in line with the climate challenges we are having now. And with that, we are finding, as Dr. Sandeep ji was mentioning rightly, that by and large we are having the same rainfall, but you know it very well that the extremity of rainfall at a couple of locations, excessive rainfall, and some places devoid of rainfall, that is increasing. Particularly the hazardous, basically excessive rainfall events are also occurring more now. So we have to be very, very cautious, and very, that we have to adopt best managerial practices involving that basically interdisciplinary knowledge hand holding. That is the, that so that we may use our this, whether it is this fresh water, rainfall water, or any sort of water resources that we are to make use very potentially. I will like to make another this thing here, this innovations that that is definitely is the only way out. And we know that we are having great oceans, and our islands which are surrounded by huge water mass. चारों तरफ से उनके पानी है, जो आइलैंड्स हैं हमारे द्वीप, लेकिन उनको ड्रिंकिंग वाटर, there is nil drinking water. And if we see the Lakshadweep and other places, that there that innovative way, this research which was carried out, and now plants are working there using the thermal gradient and pressure gradient of the ocean water. By that way, we are getting this naturally, that basically pure water, drinking water from the ocean water itself. और उसका एक जो रहा है, पानी की आपूर्ति तो वहां पर हुई, उससे समुद्र के पानी से ही बनाने से। एक जो विशेष जो देखा गया कि पहले that most of the diseases are water borne diseases, most of them are in such areas. They were at peak earlier, now they are almost nil, they are zero by virtue of that. But same time, this wastage of water, because there are two ways, either we prepare something, we make something, or we keep on producing something, but production of this is not in our hand. Fresh water production is not with our hand. Only way is that saving of the wastage. So that we need to take care, because saving is also earning. So that is, that we have to be very careful while using the natural resources. That is the only way. And other thing is that as this required, very much required to make this publicizing and making the at school level and college level kind of campaign mode to take care of our natural resources. I will be concluding here with mentioning about this some of the work which is going on in this direction at Ministry of Earth Sciences. Say Mission Mosam is there, that is with the focus of the theme that we have to provide best possible forecast, weather forecast, so that that our different sectors may use that efficiently, and also increasing the that is possible only by that basically it by observations and this computing and model improvement. So we are already having 22 petaflop power, that is fourth in the world in weather for weather and climate this fragment if we see. So we are fourth in world now, and the all that three institutes, our that India Met department, IITM Pune and NCMWF, they are working along with the academic institutions for the best possible forecast in challenging conditions of tropical nation like ours. As we know very well that tropical nation, and atmosphere is a large part of our country is under barochronicity condition, where pressure and the temperature they are not in line, but they intersect in many places. Unlike in extratropical nation, where it is barotropic conditions, pressure and temperatures they are in line. Therefore, predictability is much that easier and better there in those areas compared to us. Here, convection processes are also very fast and rapid. So to meet all those challenges, this Mission Mosam is there by Ministry of Earth Sciences. So definitely improvement in keep forecast is going to be there in coming years, and definitely that our sectors are going to have better usage and of those. So other thing is that we have to involve our students in related activities, as mentioned by Sandeep ji also. So Ministry of Earth Sciences fully supports Earth Science Olympiad like activities, and that is the activity where about 45 countries, because Earth Science is not in this course curriculum of school. So that, but Ministry of Earth Sciences fully supports, and I like to tell that our students do excellent among students of about 45 nations. So we'll like to conclude here with greetings and congratulations for this workshop on occasion of this International World Water Day. Also today it is coinciding on World Meteorological Day. Thank you so much, organizers, for this, and greetings of both the day to all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. You have enlightened all of us with your experience and sensitized us to save more water. Now, I would like the felicitation ceremony to take place. I would request Dr. D.K. Bandyopadhyay, sir, to please felicitate our guests of honors. Dr. S.P. Singh, sir. Renu Dhupar, ma'am. I request Dr. D.K. Bandyopadhyay, sir, to please felicitate Dr. Jagmeer Singh, sir. As is our tradition, we offer our Tulsi sapling. I would request a shawl and a memento also to be offered to our guest of honor. Now I'd request Dr. S.P. Singh sir to please felicitate our guest of honor, Mr. Sundeep. Traditional Tulsi sapling. And a shawl and memento. I would request Dr. Renu Dhupar ma'am to please felicitate our guest, Mr. Kamal, who is here from Holy Soul, our sponsors. I would request all the dignitaries to please. I would now like to extend a formal vote of thanks to all present here on behalf of Amity Institute of Environmental Sciences and Natural Resources and Environmental Sciences domain. At the outset, on behalf of the entire fraternity of Amity, we would like to convey our deep regards and thanks to Honorable Founder President Sir Dr. Ashok Kumar Chauhan Sir for his continuous guidance and encouragement. We are grateful to President and Chancellor Sir Dr. Atul Chauhan Sir and our Honorable Vice Chancellor Ma'am, Professor Balwinder Shukla Ma'am. We are thankful to Dr. Chandradeep Tandon Sir for his guidance. We are very, very thankful to Professor D.K. Bandyopadhyay Sir, Chief Advisor FPO and Mentor AIES for his guidance to execute the program. We are very thankful to Professor S.P. Singh Sir, Domain Head and NRES for his continuous guidance and support. We are thankful to our guest of honor, Dr. Jagveer Singh, Scientist G and Advisor, Ministry of Earth Sciences, and Mr. Sundeep, Scientist F, Ministry of Earth Science, for sharing such important perspectives on water scarcity, gender inequality, and apprising all of us to take more measures to save water. We are very thankful to Professor Dr. Renu Dhupar ma'am, Assistant Director AIS, for giving us this opportunity to conduct this event today. I would also like to thank all faculties, staff from NRES domain who have been the pillars in making this session a comprehensive and successful one. I thank all the volunteers and student coordinators for their work. I thank all the participants who have attended the conference and have participated in poster and photography competitions. Your interest and active participation are a great encouragement to all of us. I would be failing in my duty if I do not convey my gratitude to the administration of Amity University for the efforts they have made for the efficient conduction of this event. Lastly, I thank all the members of the organizing committee, teaching as well as non-teaching staff who have been involved in this particular exercise for last many days and have made it successful. I would like to take this opportunity to place on record our hearty thanks to Admin IT AUP for the perfect support. In the end, I once again thank all the distinguished assemblage for coming here and gracing us today for the inaugural ceremony. I would now request all of us to proceed for lunch, and thereafter we have the plenary session from, I think we would start a bit late for the plenary session. By 1:30 we would start, ma'am. Would that be right? Yes. Can we have a group photograph, please? Can everyone please join us here in front of the dais We want to have a group photograph for all our participants. All our participants will be getting their certificates after the plenary session in the second half. After the lunch, please join here back again. If anyone has not registered for the event, you can still please contact me.
टीम मैम मैम मैंने मैम का लेके शुक्ला मैम तो अंशु मैम और ग्रीन वाला है और ये ब्लू वाला ओह तुम पहले बोलोगी फिर मैं नाम लूंगी नहीं तुम स्टार्ट करिएगा वी नाम वेलकम एवरीवन वेलकम एवरीवन लिख ले and Dr. Sandeep Shukla sir. To come to the dance circle, to come on the stage. पहले वेलकम बोल के तुम ये वेलकम एवरीवन तुम फिर बोल देना यहाँ से फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल फिर उसके बाद जहाँ से जैसे स्टार्ट करना था वैसे करो ठीक बोलो स्टार्ट करो
Welcome everyone. Good afternoon everyone. First of all, we welcome our distinguished guests, Dr. Anshu Gupta and Dr. Sandeep Shukla sir on the dais. A warm welcome to those who are joining us post-lunch. We are delighted to resume our national workshop on accelerating sustainable development through innovative water management strategies at Amity Institute of Environmental Sciences. As we continue on the occasion of World Water Day, let's move forward with insightful discussions and innovative ideas on sustainable water management. We now move to a plenary session.
Starting with the expert session, we invite Professor Anshu Gupta from IT University to address the gathering. Dr. Anshu Gupta is currently professor at University School of Environment Management, GGS IP University, Delhi. Her academic journey commenced with a master's degree in chemistry in IIT Roorkee, where she received several awards and honors, including University Medal for standing first at IIT Roorkee. She further enriched her academic career with a doctoral degree from IIT Delhi. Dr. Gupta has dedicated more than 25 years to research and teaching. She possesses interests and research expertise in environmental biotechnology and nanotechnology. As a passionate environmentalist, she and her research group is actively engaged in the remediation of wastewater, utilizing microbes, their enzymes, and nanoparticles. Dr. Gupta has published several research papers in international and national journals of repute and participated in various international and national conferences on environmental aspects of wastewater treatment. Her contribution in these fields continue to shape sustainable solutions and inspire future generation of environmental scientists. Ma'am, please.
ये नहीं चलेगा क्योंकि ना मुझे डाउट है कि
क्योंकि हमारे में जूम लिंक चल रहा है
एक्चुअली मेरे कुछ फोन है जो शायद पेन ड्राइव में ना हो नहीं रहे आप इसको एक बार देख लीजिए अगर नहीं हो पाएगा तो
अभी फिर कैसे शेयर होगा ऐसे चलेगा ऑटोमेटिक ठीक है मैं कर देता हूँ मैं कर दूँ ये भी नेट पे नहीं चलेगा
कुछ नहीं चलेगा ये सिर्फ कनेक्ट हो जाएगा हो गया होगा छोड़ो नहीं नहीं डाउट
हम साइड पे
वर्किंग ना थैंक यू Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Professor Renu Dhupar and Dr. Richa, for inviting me. So today, as we all know, that's a water day, and it's our responsibility, duty to save water because we cannot live without water. Water is one unit which we deserve to have the clean water so that we can survive. Not only we human beings, but all living beings, they need water for their survival. So we know we come across these kinds of pictures when we move around in Delhi or nearby areas. A number of units are there which are discharging wastewater into different water bodies into the environment. So one of the major culprit for this water pollution is urbanization, and the other one is industrialization, because there are the number of large-scale industries which come under different categories, especially the red categories industry, which discharge a large amount of very, very contaminated wastewater into the water bodies, which includes tanneries, pulp and paper, sugar, fertilizer, textiles, refineries, chemicals, food industry. Now, the presence of different types of toxic pollutants in the wastewater which are coming from these industries, not only from the industries, but from our homes also, which we call it as the domestic wastewater, which is largely responsible for a large amount of high BOD containing wastewater. So some of the common pollutants which are there in this domestic wastewater, as well as in the industrial wastewater, like heavy metals, microplastics, nutrients like nitrogen, phosphorus, dissolved inorganics, organic compounds, different pathogens, they create, in fact, they are creating lots of problems to the environment. So because of the impacts, these contaminants, they are causing to the environment, because some of them are mutagenic, some may be carcinogenic, some cause eutrophication, some cause bioconcentration, some case they are biomagnified, and when they are biomagnified, they show their impact to a very large extent. So because of all these issues, it is very important
to treat these kinds of pollutants before we discharge them into any of the receiving environment. Because as per the different SDGs, the one goal 6, which talks about clean water, which says that it is to ensure the availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all. So people are working worldwide to find out the solutions to treat this wastewater before discharging it into any environment receiving body. So they may be generally categorized, like they can be physical methods, they can be chemical methods, they can be biological methods. Now, each of these methods, they have their own advantages and disadvantages. Like if I talk about some physical methods, although they are good, but issue with them that they have sometimes very high operation cost. Some of them work at very high pressure, which require energy need. Some of them result into the secondary pollutant, because like for example, in case of adsorption, the pollutant get adsorbed onto a surface, but that is not degraded. Now we do have that we have removed the pollutant from the wastewater, but now it is confined to a particular surface. So we need to now discard the surface. The same way, if we go for chemical treatment, we need to use certain hazardous chemicals, which again give rise to the problem of secondary waste generation. So some of these issues, people are now looking for the different types of methods. We consider them as the biological methods, where we use biological moiety like bacteria, fungi, for the treatment of these pollutants. Because beauty of these microbes is that they do not only work on these contaminants, but they are able to degrade these contaminants to the minimal amount salts, nutrients, so that they do not create any further problem to the environment. Now, in case of biological treatment, if you want to use, for example, bacteria, then we can use them either in the suspended form, or if they are confined to certain surface, we call them as the immobilized microbe. So when we use them in the free form, although they are good, they show very high efficiency there also, but there are certain issues when we want to use this kind of suspended system at large scale, especially at the industrial level, because after the treatment, we need to remove the sludge from the wastewater or these microbes from the water, treated water, before we discharge this water into the water body. Now, if we are having a suspended system, then it increases the cost of removal of these microbes. Either we need to go for centrifugation if we are doing a small scale. It takes a lot of time for their removal, for their settlement. There are sometimes these suspended microbes, they are not able to work efficiently, especially under the harsh conditions of the industrial wastewater. So we need to have a robust system, as well as we want to have a system where these microbes, after the treatment, they can be easily removed from the system. So that's why another technique which people are using is that immobilization of these microbes onto some surface. So immobilization is nothing, but it is the confinement or fixing of any substance. It can be microbes, it can be cells, it can be enzymes, to certain solid support, on the solid support or within a solid support. And these solid support can be anything. It can be polymers, it can be inorganic materials, it can be fibers, membranes, glass, etc. So that these microbes are confined to a surface and they are not easily carried out along with the water. So after the treatment, we can easily remove them from the treated water. There are the different types of methods for or modes of immobilization are available. We need to use different types of support matrices to carry out this. And we can give different shapes for these immobilized preparation. Like as I said, that one very much requirement for the immobilization is the support matrix on which we want to immobilize these cells. So there are certain criteria which we need to look into when we are selecting the support matrix. Like, for example, this matrix should support the high loading of the microbes. It should support or easily allow the diffusion of the pollutant within the matrix so that the substrate can act with the microbe, or I should say that microbe should be in contact with the substrate so that it can work on it. They should be able to provide the biological, chemical, and mechanical stability to the system. They should be cost effective, non-toxic, lightweight, flexible, inert, and sometimes insoluble in nature. So on the basis of some of these criteria, which are outlined in this metric, in this slide, we need to work on the support matrix. These support matrices can be organic, inorganic, or they can be the combination of both, which we call them as the hybrid. So people are working on the different types of matrices, including polymers, inorganic material. So whatever on the basis of their R&D, they find the best one for their microbes or their cells or enzymes, they carry out work on it. Now, there are the different strategies for cell immobilization. Some can be physical methods, and while in some cases we can use chemical methods. So physical methods, they are the most common one are the adsorption, entrapment, encapsulation, and most of these physical methods are known to be the reversible method, where one microbial cells or enzymes are attached to the surface, so we can recover them later on by using simple physical manner. While in case of chemical methods, we have covalent bonding and cross-linking, but in this case, once our cells are attached to a support matrix, they cannot be easily reversible. So again, depending upon the work people are doing and which method they want to use, they can go for it. Now, people are using different types of matrices for the immobilization of different types of microbial cells, and they are trying their immobilized system for the treatment of a number of industrial effluents for different types of pollutants also. Like in case of textile industries, many people are working on the removal of dyes, different metals from the textile effluent. People are working on tannery industry pollutants, electroplating industry pollutants, which is highly enriched in heavy metals and which are very problematic to the environment. Fertilizer industry, which is responsible for large amount of nutrients like nitrogen and phosphorus. And if we discharge this nitrogen phosphorus rich effluent into water body, especially in case of lakes or stagnant water, they cause eutrophication, and which is very problematic, as it may lead to the death of that lakes. Even people are also working on the petroleum industry, because petroleum industry discharge number of BTEX, benzene, toxic hydrocarbons, which need to be treated before they are discharged into the environment. So once they are treated, these pollutants are degraded to their mineral forms because of the microbial activity, and then this treated water can be discharged into any of the recipient water body, because now it is considered to be harmless. Now, on the basis of this, we are also doing some research work at our university in our lab. So I just want to give you a brief idea of one kind of research I'm doing in my lab. My PhD students is doing on that. So we are our mainly concerned among different types of industry for this work. We are working on textile wastewater. Now, textile wastewater, we all know that textile industries consume a large amount of dyes, different types of dyes. Dyes not only give color to the water, but they also impart number of toxicity, because some of these synthetic dyes, they are mutagenic and carcinogenic in nature. So what happens when dyes are applied in the textile industry for the coloring of the cloth? A large amount of dye remain unused there, and it becomes part of the wastewater, which is discharged in the industry. So when this dye containing wastewater is discharged in the water body, the aquatic water body suffers because of this issue. because these dyes are colored. So one issue in the aquatic water body is that photosynthetic activity is hampered because they do not allow sunlight to pass through them. Another issue is that they are very toxic to the aquatic fauna and flora as well. They also hamper the gaseous exchange because they form the layer on the surface. Along with dye, there are certain other issues also with textile wastewater. Like most of the textile wastewater, they are highly alkaline in nature. The pH of the wastewater can go up to 12 and 13. So if we discharge this high pH wastewater into water body, our aquatic body is not able to survive in that condition. Especially fish, they are very much sensitive to the pH. So if we discharge this high pH, then it is a problematic one. One more issue with the textile, if you have come across the manufacturing process and textile industry, they consume large amount of salt, NaCl, for a processing. Now this NaCl, along with other water contaminant, this also become part of the wastewater. So when this high NaCl containing wastewater is discharged, so we know that osmotic regulation is affected because of this salt content. So because of all these issues, we thought that it is very important to treat this wastewater before we discharge it into any system. So these are some of the problems which are associated with dye containing industrial effluents that I have already talked about it earlier. So to solve this textile waste problem, what we thought of bioremediation. Because in comparison to physicochemical methods, we thought that bioremediation is more environment friendly, more sustainable, as it consumes microbes which help in the degradation of these dyes completely to CO2 and water, minerals. While in case of physicochemical methods, they give rise to generation of secondary pollutant. Now, when we thought about bioremediation, the issues which came to our mind, the challenges which we faced during textile wastewater treatment, as I mentioned, that this wastewater is highly alkaline in nature. Now we know that microbes are very, very sensitive. They work under a normal pH range, which we call them as the mesophilic microbes. If we want to use microbes in the textile industry waste, which is alkaline in nature, we want a specific microbe which are alkalophilic in nature, which can not only sustain at high pH, but they can also work efficiently in this alkaline pH range. Second challenge was that this textile wastewater, as I mentioned, is having high salt concentration. So we needed a microbe which is not only alkalophilic, but which is also salt resistant in nature, so that it can resist high salt content and can work efficiently under these conditions. And third, because we wanted to degrade dye, so microbe needs to work in the presence of that dye as well as efficiently degrade it. So we worked on the isolation of microbe, screening of different types of microbes, and luckily we could isolate a very good microbe, Nestorconia, from a textile effluent itself, which was having very high pH 13 initially. And this microbe is able to work at very high pH in presence of high level of salinity. So we use this microbe for the purpose of textile wastewater treatment. We went on to the immobilization of this microbe. As I mentioned earlier, that because of the number of advantages of immobilized system over the suspended system, we went for the immobilization of this microbe. Now, when we thought about the immobilization, the one thing which came to our mind was the matrix. Which matrix should we go for it? Now, since we were looking for sustainable matrix, we wanted to have our whole system sustainable. We chose a matrix which is, I don't know whether you have seen this, loofah. Loofah might be, it is used as a scrubber. It's a plant that guards cells. So we use that loofah. We for the immobilization of our bacterial cells onto it, because it's, you can see the structure of this loofah here. It has fibrous structure with holes in between, so that our microbial cells can be entrapped in between. And this is because it's a plant product, so it is completely biodegradable in nature. So we went on to the preparation of this matrix. So we cut the cubes of this loofah into a specific size of our requirement. Then we went for the preparation of this matrix by soaking it into the distilled water, then autoclaving it so that it is completely sterilized before we went on immobilization of our microbial cells onto this loofah. So we dipped these cubes of loofah into our microbial culture. We incubated the system for a particular time of period so that cells could go diffuse into this loofah. And then we use this immobilized preparation to check its efficiency in the removal of dye from the textile wastewater. So first, when we carried out the experiment, first we went to look for how much time is required to attach the cells onto this loofah matrix. So during this incubation, we found that more than 90% of the dye decolorization was observed when we gave the attachment time to be about 96 to 184 hours. So because of the 96 hour was less, so we chose this time period as the optimized time for the cells attachment. Now, the next was how much dye concentration can it work upon. So this microbe was able to remove more than 96% of the methyl orange dye within 120 hours of treatment at different concentrations of the dye. Effect of incubation temperature, because we know when we carry out the industrial wastewater treatment, so at what temperature we can work on? Can we work on the room temperature, or we need certain high temperature? So this was good with this microbial system, immobilized system, that it can work in the range of 30 to 37 degrees Celsius with very good efficiency. It means that we don't need to increase the temperature of the system. We can work at around room temperature so that our immobilized system don't require extra energy to work upon. So earlier studies, first we did with the media with methyl orange, but later on we checked the efficiency of this immobilized system in the treatment of real textile wastewater. So to carry out this study, we collected textile wastewater from an industry. We checked its characteristics. It was having very high pH and the salt concentration. And when we checked our immobilized system for the treatment of this textile wastewater, this microbe was successful. This immobilized system was successful in more than 96% removal of color from this textile wastewater within 70 to 120 hours of treatment without any other requirement. While we checked, compare it with the control also, where we did not do the immobilization attachment in this case, and there it was very less. So whatever efficiency was, it was due to that immobilized preparation only. Later on to check what is the efficiency of the treated water. Can we use it for some irrigation purpose or some purpose? We went to check the phytotoxicity assay of this treated water. So when we compared the treated water with the untreated water, we found that more than 83% germination was there with this treated water, while in case of untreated water, the germination was only 6%. So this shows the efficiency of our treatment system. Yes, this treated water, from this phytotoxicity point of view, we can use it for the irrigation purpose because it was showing almost similar behavior as that was for the tap water. So like we can use tap water for irrigation purpose, same way we can use this treated water for this irrigation purpose. Now this slide shows how this immobilized system works on the dye degradation. So generally this microbes is having a azoreductase enzyme. So which this enzyme breaks down the azo structure which is present in the synthetic dye, azo dyes, and double bond and bond, which is responsible for the color of the dye. And later on, with further metabolism, this system degrade this dye completely into water and carbon dioxide. These are just the minerals. So I am not showing here the GCMS graphs, but through the LCMS and GCMS, we could find out, yes, we are not having any kind of intermediate metabolites in this case. So this is our success that, yes, we could immobilize, we could isolate our microbe, which is highly resistant to high alkaline pH and salt. We could successfully immobilize this microbe onto a sustainable matrix, that is LUFA, and this immobilized preparation could help us in the treatment of textile wastewater having high pH and high salt concentration. So same way, because dyes are there in a number of industries, not only textile, but they are the part of tender industry, they are the part of pulp and paper industry, printing industry, food industry, cosmetic industry. So we can use this immobilized preparation if somebody wants further, or in our lab if you go further, for the treatment of other industries also, because bioremediation is a green technology, so we can easily apply it in the sustainable manner. If we go for the immobilized system, then the recovery of the microbes from the treated water is easy, which is also sustainable. And on the basis of phytotoxicity assay, we can say that we can discharge this treated water into any of the aquatic water body. So it will not create any harm to those systems. So with this note, I would like to say, don't let the future blow. Don't pollute environment. It is our responsibility. It is our duty, because we all know that prevention is better than cure. हम कितना भी वेस्ट वाटर ट्रीटमेंट कर लें, अगर हम वेस्ट वाटर डिस्चार्ज ही नहीं होने देंगे, तो डेफिनेटली it will be more sustainable as compared to waste water treatment. Thank you so much. I would like to thank Professor Renu and Dr. Richa, and my PhD student whose work I am presenting here, Ms. Gunisha and Deepika. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your informative and engaging session.
It is now our honor to introduce Dr. Sandeep Kumar Shukla, Research Officer at the River Data Compilation to Directorate, Central Water Commission. With a strong academic foundation in chemistry and a PhD in controlled drug delivery systems, his work uniquely connects scientific research with environmental applications. Dr. Shukla has an extensive experience in water quality monitoring, water purification, and river data analysis, contributing significantly to national water resource management. He has published over 40 research papers and book chapters, and he has delivered 150 plus lectures at national and international platforms.
So please.
He has also co-authored an internationally recognized book on stimuli responsive drug delivery systems. As a quality manager, he has played a key role in achieving NABL accreditation for a water quality laboratory, reflecting his technical excellence. His work highlights a strong commitment to sustainable water management, scientific innovation, and public health. We welcome you, sir.
रिटर्न वॉच यही है, ये तो ले लो, कॉपी कर लो। रिचा मैडम, वो वीडियो मैंने फॉरवर्ड की, इसमें भी सकते हैं। मेरा कितना एमबी का सर? हाँ, ओडी इंदरा टर्मिनेट होटल पहले वीडियो चली। पहले वीडियो चलेगी। हाँ वीडियो पहले इसको ऑन कर लो। उसमें कर लो पीपीटी में नहीं नहीं, उसको सॉरी इसको बंद कर दो पेन ड्राइव में। एमएटी नाम से एमएटी नाम से ये नहीं 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 ये नहीं सर एक मिनट हाँ, ये एमएटी नाम से करिए ये एमएटी नाम से ये वाला डिलीट कर दीजिए ये कॉपी कर दो बस दोनों रहने दीजिए। पहले क्या चलाऊं वीडियो चलाऊं क्या चलाऊं मैं जस्ट इंट्रोड्यूस कर देता हूं। तो गुड आफ्टरनून ऑल ऑफ यू। मैं अपने प्रेजेंटेशन से पहले कुछ आपको वीडियो चला के दिखाना चाह रहा हूं जिससे आपको कंप्लीटली वाटर पोल्यूशन के बारे में एक क्लियर पिक्चर आपको दिख जाए जिससे आप समझ सकें कि वाटर पोल्यूशन में हम कहाँ पे स्टैंड करते हैं। इसका साउंड है ये साउंड कर दीजिए इसको। सब एक मिनट सब Please carefully see this video. Thank you for patience here seeing this video. तो आपने ये वीडियो से आपको समझ आ गया होगा कि पोल्यूशन हम किस तरह से हमारे एक्वेटिक सिस्टम और हमारे जो एक्वेटिक एनिमल दूसरा बाद में चलेंगे। अब पीपीटी लगा दी। नहीं ये वाला इंटर मानना। ठीक है, तो स्टूडेंट्स एंड माय सीनियर सर SD शर्मा सर एंड ऋचा दवे मैडम, रेणु धूपर मैडम एंड फैकल्टी जो कि मुझे हमेशा यहाँ इनवाइट करते हैं, उनको मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ। साथ ही साथ अपना जो प्रेजेंटेशन है यहाँ पे शुरू करता हूँ। बेसिकली मेरा जो टॉपिक है पेस्टिसाइड कंटामिनेशन पे है, पेस्टिसाइड कंटामिनेशन इन वाटर सोर्सेज एंड देयर हार्मफुल इफेक्ट। ये टॉपिक आज की डेट में बहुत रिलेवेंट है और पेस्टिसाइड जिस तरह से हम यूज़ कर रहे हैं इससे हमारे सिस्टम में क्या फ़र्क पड़ रहा है और पेस्टिसाइड हमारे सिस्टम में आ कैसे रहे हैं। यदि मैं बच्चों से पूछूं कि कितने बच्चे हैं जो पेस्टिसाइड यूज़ करते हैं, कोई हैंड रेस करेगा? नहीं करेगा, कोई नहीं, हैंड कोई पेस्टिसाइड यूज़ नहीं कर रहा है। चलिए ठीक है, एंड ऑफ द लेक्चर बहुत सारे लोग पेस्टिसाइड के यूज़र आपको मिल जाएंगे। ठीक है, तो इसमें इंट्रोडक्शन में मैं वाटर क्वालिटी है क्या, किस तरह से हम वाटर क्वालिटी को मॉनिटरिंग करते हैं, इनके यूजेस क्या है पेस्टिसाइड के, इनके क्लासिफिकेशन क्या है, पेस्टिसाइड हमारे एक्वेटिक सिस्टम में आता कैसे है और पेस्टिसाइड की कौन सी प्रॉपर्टी है जिसके कारण हमें इतना वरीड होने की जरूरत है, फिर हमारे स्टैंडर्ड्स क्या कहते हैं, प्रोटोकॉल क्या कहते हैं और कौन कौन से पेस्टिसाइड बैन हो चुके हैं। इसके बाद टॉक्सिसिटी क्या है, इनके एडवर्स इफेक्ट क्या है और हम वाटर क्वालिटी प्रोटेक्शन किस तरह से करें। तो बड़ा बेसिक सा कॉन्सेप्ट है कि वाटर जो होता है उसमें बहुत सारे मिनरल्स होते हैं, जैसे कि मिनरल्स आपको इस स्लाइड में दिख रहे हैं कि कैल्शियम, मैग्नीशियम, सोडियम, पोटेशियम, कॉपर, क्रोमियम, जिंक, लेड, मर्करी, आयरन, मैग्नीज, टोटल कोलिफॉर्म, फीकल कोलिफॉर्म और COD, BOD, फिनॉल, ऑयल, ग्रीस, पेस्टिसाइड, ये सभी वाटर में होते हैं। लेकिन इसमें से कुछ एलिमेंट जो हैं वो हमारे लिए इसेंशियल है। कॉपर हमारे लिए इसेंशियल है, जिंक हमारे लिए इसेंशियल है, लेकिन जब हम मरकरी की बात करते हैं तो मरकरी बहुत लोअर कॉन्सेंट्रेशन में हमारे लिए हार्मफुल होता है। सेम टाइम कैल्शियम, मैग्नीशियम जो है वो 200-400 mg के बाद हमारे बॉडी के लिए हार्मफुल है, उसके पहले वो हार्मफुल नहीं होता, वो हमारी बॉडी की रिक्वायरमेंट है। और ये जो सब्सटेंस है ये नेचर में पाए जाते हैं, इनको हमने वाटर में ऐड नहीं किया है। लेकिन जब हम पेस्टिसाइड की बात करते हैं तो पेस्टिसाइड एक सिंथेटिक कंपाउंड है जिसको हमने वाटर में ऐड कर दिया है। तो जो पेस्टिसाइड है ये भी हमारे वाटर में पाया जाता है और इसको हमें एडजस्ट करने की जरूरत है। अब बात होती है कि एक ड्रिंकिंग वाटर क्या है, सेफ ड्रिंकिंग वाटर किसको कहेंगे। तो सेफ ड्रिंकिंग वाटर वो है जो कि स्ट्रिक्टली एक्सेप्टेबल हो। स्ट्रिक्टली एक्सेप्टेबल का मतलब है कि उसमें किसी तरह की स्मेल ना हो, किसी तरह का टेस्ट ना हो और कलरलेस हो। यदि उसमें किसी तरह का स्मेल, ऑर्डर या कलर स्मेल है या टेस्ट है और यह कलर है तो वो हमारे लिए यूजफुल नहीं है। भले उसमें कितने ही सर्टिफिकेशन दिए जाए, कितनी भी अच्छी कंपनी का हो, लेकिन वो यूजफुल नहीं है। लेकिन ये क्वालिटी है तो हम एक्सेप्ट करते हैं। फिर लिखा है केमिकली सेफ। केमिकली सेफ का मतलब है कि जो मिनरल्स हैं हमारे वो उसमें प्रेजेंट रहना चाहिए। ऑर्गेनिक सब्सटेंस, ऑयल, ग्रीस एंड पेस्टिसाइड जो है वो कंप्लीटली एब्सेंट होना चाहिए। बैक्टीरिया जो होता है टोटल कोलिफॉर्म, फीकल कोलिफॉर्म बैक्टीरिया जो है वो इसमें निल रहना चाहिए। साथ ही साथ रेडियो एक्टिव एलिमेंट भी इसमें एब्सेंट रहना चाहिए। तो हम यदि देखें तो वाटर एस्थेटिकली एक्सेप्टेबल होना चाहिए और केमिकली सेफ होना चाहिए। केमिकली सेफ की डेफिनेशन है कि BIS के 500 जो 2012 का स्पेसिफिकेशन है उसके हिसाब से विद इन ए लिमिट होना चाहिए। यदि उस लिमिट से ज्यादा है तो वो हमारे लिए अनसेफ है। कुछ साल पहले मैंने कुछ न्यूज़पेपर की कटिंग कलेक्ट की थी, तो जिसमें बताता हूँ आपको। जैसे नागपुर में ये आया था कि भाई न्यूज़पेपर में आता था कि टर्न टू ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग देन यूजिंग इंसेक्टिसाइड। इंसेक्टिसाइड की जगह हमें ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग में स्विच करना चाहिए। स्टेट गवर्नमेंट सीक डिस्ट्रिक्ट वाइड स्टैटिस्टिक्स ऑफ कैंसर कॉज्ड बाय हेर्बिसाइड ग्लाइफोसेट। Government should ban pesticide instead of giving only compensation. Agriculture Department banned 5 pesticide in Amravati district. Need to develop sustainable alternative to DDT. Basically जो हम पेस्टिसाइड यूज कर रहे हैं उससे कैंसर जैसी बीमारियां हो रही हैं, तो उसको हमें जुडिशियली यूज करना है। अब हम गंगा रिवर की बात करें। गंगा रिवर के पॉल्यूशन में आपने कई बार आपका गंगा रिवर के पॉल्यूशन के बारे में न्यूज में और कई जगह इंफॉर्मेशन आपके सामने आती है। तो बेसिकली गंगा रिवर पॉल्यूशन है क्या? गंगा के किनारे जो भी सिटीज हैं वो हाई डेंसली पॉपुलेटेड हैं। ये जो डेंसली पॉपुलेटेड जो सिटीज हैं, ये क्या है कि इनमें से पॉइंट्स और नॉन पॉइंट सोर्स से मल्टीपल पैरामीटर यहाँ पे आ रहे हैं। यदि आप पॉइंट सोर्स से देखें तो इंडस्ट्रियल वेस्ट लगभग 260 मिलियन लीटर पर डे और म्युनिसिपल जो सीवेज है वो 1.3 बिलियन लीटर पर डे आ रहा है। और जब ये इंडस्ट्रियल वेस्ट आ रहा है तो उसमें पॉलीक्लोरोबेंजीन और पेस्टिसाइड एग्जांपल डीडीटी जैसे कंपाउंड भी आ रहे हैं, साइनाइड भी आ रहा है, अमोनियम सल्फेट भी आ रहा है। और ये जो इंडस्ट्रियल वेस्ट आ रहा है, क्योंकि हमारी जनसंख्या 140 करोड़ है, हमें हर चीज चाहिए, फूड चाहिए, टेक्सटाइल चाहिए, मेडिसिन चाहिए। तो जब फूड प्रोसेसिंग, फर्टिलाइजर मैन्युफैक्चर और जो इलेक्ट्रोप्लेटिक इंडस्ट्रीज हैं, इनसे हमारे इसमें पोल्यूटेंट्स में कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहे हैं और ये पोल्यूटेंट आ रहे हैं। इसके साथ साथ नॉन पॉइंट सोर्स है। नॉन पॉइंट सोर्स में फर्टिलाइजर, पेस्टिसाइड जो है एग्रीकल्चर फील्ड से आ रहे हैं और रन ऑफ के थ्रू आ रहे हैं। अब हमारे जो पेस्टिसाइड हैं ये इतने ज्यादा यूज करने की जरूरत क्यों है? जैसा मैंने आपको बताया कि हमारी 140 करोड़ जनसंख्या के लिए हमें फूड प्रोवाइड करना है, टेक्सटाइल प्रोवाइड करना है और मेडिसिन प्रोवाइड करना है। तो ये जो चीजें हमें प्रोवाइड करने के लिए हमें अपने फूड को प्रोटेक्ट करने की जरूरत है। हमें अपने फ्रूट्स को, हमारे फूड में ग्रेन्स को, पल्सेस को, राइस को, व्हीट को, सभी चीज को प्रोटेक्ट करने की जरूरत है। तो हम एक ह्यूज अमाउंट में पेस्टिसाइड इनका यूज करते हैं। अब जो गंगा में जो पोल्यूशन हो रहा है वो क्यों हो रहा है? अर्बनाइजेशन, रैपिड इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन, राइजिंग स्टैंडर्ड ऑफ लिविंग, एक्सपोनेंशियल पॉपुलेशन ग्रोथ। यदि आप देखें कि हम शहरों में जब रहते हैं तो हम घर में दिन भर में कितने तरह के केमिकल्स यूज करते हैं। हम पेस्ट से, मॉर्निंग में पेस्ट से इशू करके फिर हम हैंड वॉश, माउथ वॉश, उसके साथ साथ हम शैम्पू, कंडीशनर, फेस वॉश, उसके बाद डिटर्जेंट और बाथिंग सोप, फिनाइल, इस तरह के मल्टी और भी डिसइंफेक्टेंट हम यूज करते हैं और फाइनली ये सभी चीजें वाटर में आती हैं। यदि हम देखें तो रिच लोग या जो अपर मिडिल क्लास या हाई क्लास लोग हैं, उनके वो नीटनेस मेंटेन करने के लिए और अपने लाइफ स्टाइल को अच्छा रखने के लिए सीरीज ऑफ केमिकल्स यूज करते हैं और ये केमिकल फाइनली वाटर में आते हैं। तो जब हम गंगा की बात, गंगा का ही एग्जांपल ली, ये सभी रिवर का एग्जांपल है। सभी तरह के केमिकल हम यूज कर रहे हैं और डे बाय डे हमारा, यदि आप देखें कि जब भी आप छोटे रहे हो 15-20 साल के स्पैन में आप देखें तो आप ग्रेजुअली अपनी लाइफ में केमिकल्स ऐड करते जा रहे हैं। ठीक है, पहले शैम्पू आया, फिर फेस वॉश आया, फिर पता शैम्पू के साथ कंडीशनर आ गया और भी डिफरेंट टाइप की चीजें आ रही हैं। तो ये जो केमिकल्स हैं, ये केमिकल किस चीज के बने होते हैं ये हमें सोचना है और ये जाते कहाँ हैं। फाइनली ये हमारे एक्वेटिक सिस्टम में आते हैं। अब मैं अपने मेन टॉपिक पे आता हूँ, पेस्टिसाइड। पेस्टिसाइड हैं क्या? पेस्टिसाइड एक ऐसा सिंथेटिक सब्सटेंस है जिसको बनाया गया है कि किसी चीज को किल करने के लिए। तो पेस्टिसाइड से हम क्या करते हैं कि डिस्ट्रॉय, कंट्रोलिंग, प्रिवेंटिंग एनी पेस्ट इंक्लूडिंग वेक्टर, ह्यूमन, एनिमल डिजीज, अनवांटेड स्पीसीज, प्लांट और एनिमल कॉजिंग हार्म और अदरवाइज इंटरफेयरिंग और सब्सटेंस विच मे बी एडमिनिस्ट्रेटेड टू एनिमल, कंट्रोल इंसेक्ट, आर्किनिसाइड और अदर पेस्टिसाइड ऑन देयर बॉडी। तो ये FAO की, फूड एंड एग्रीकल्चर डिपार्टमेंट की डेफिनेशन है कि पेस्टिसाइड हमें हर स्टेज में चाहिए। पेस्टिसाइड जब हमें क्रॉप का ट्रीटमेंट करना है तब हम, जो सीड ट्रीटमेंट है तब हमें चाहिए। जब हमें क्रॉप ग्रोथ होगी तब हमें पेस्टिसाइड डालना है। जब क्रॉप को हमें मार्केट में ट्रांसपोर्ट करना है या स्टोरेज में लेके जाना है, वहां पे पेस्टिसाइड का हम छिड़काव करेंगे। और उसके बाद जब हम किसी को देंगे और वो अपने घर में स्टोरेज करेगा, वो भी कई बार पेस्टिसाइड का यूज करता है। तो बेसिकली ये यूज इसलिए कर रहा है कि हमारे जो लाखों टन फूड है वो खराब ना हो, हमारे हाउस होल्ड में फूड खराब ना हो। और पेस्टिसाइड की ईपीए ने बड़ी इजी डेफिनेशन दी, ए पेस्टिसाइड इज एनी सब्सटेंस मिक्सचर ऑफ सब्सटेंस इंटेंडेड फॉर प्रिवेंटिंग, डिस्ट्रॉइंग, रिपेलिंग और मिटिगेटिंग एनी पेस्ट। पेस्ट क्या है? पेस्ट इज हार्मफुल, डिस्ट्रक्टिव और ट्रबलसम एनिमल, प्लांट्स और माइक्रो ऑर्गेनिज्म है। पेस्ट क्या है? जो मॉस्किटो है, कॉकरोचेस है, वो पेस्ट है। उनको आप किल करने के लिए घर में मॉस्किटो रिपेलेंट आप यूज करते हैं, कॉकरोच के लिए भी आप स्प्रे यूज करते हैं और फ्लाइज के लिए भी यूज करते हैं। तो इस तरह के जो भी हमारे डेली लाइफ में जो पेस्ट है उनके लिए इनको यूज किया जाता है। अब इंटरेस्टिंग बात यह है कि इसका डाटा बहुत लेटेस्ट नहीं है। यदि हम इसमें देखें, जो ग्राफिकल प्रेजेंटेशन है इसमें हम देखते हैं तो चाइना सबसे बड़ा पेस्टिसाइड का यूजर है, क्योंकि वहां पे प्रोडक्शन भी ज्यादा है और वहां पे जिस तरह का ट्रॉपिकल एटमॉस्फेयर है वहां पेस्ट का अटैक ज्यादा होता है, तो वहां पे वो सबसे ज्यादा पेस्टिसाइड यूज करते हैं। यदि हम इंडिया की बात करें तो इंडिया में पेस्टिसाइड के कंजम्पशन का डाटा बहुत सिस्टमेटिक नहीं है, जबकि आप लोग हम सभी जानते हैं कि हमारे घरों में भी मॉस्किटो रिपेलेंट होता है। मॉस्किटो रिपेलेंट सभी के घर में रहता है। अभी बहुत सारे लोग बोल रहे थे कि हम पेस्टिसाइड यूज नहीं करते। अभी 90% लोग यहाँ होंगे जो मॉस्किटो रिपेल करने के लिए मॉस्किटो रिपेलेंट, या कुछ लोग जो कुछ आपके जो स्लम एरिया में रहते हैं वो कछुआ छाप वगैरह यूज करते हैं। तो यदि उसकी स्टेटिक्स देखें तो जो इंसेक्टिसाइड, हर्बिसाइड, फंजीसाइड का देखें तो इंडिया में इंसेक्टिसाइड का यूज बहुत ज्यादा है। हम मॉस्किटो, फ्लाई, कॉकरोचेस पे सबसे ज्यादा ये यूज करते हैं। और हर्बिसाइड मतलब अनवांटेड प्लांट, पार्थेनियम जैसे प्लांट है। इसके अलावा फंजीसाइड भी यूज करते हैं। और यदि वर्ल्ड के सिनेरियो देखें तो वर्ल्ड में एटमॉस्फेयर, क्योंकि वहां ऐसा ट्रॉपिकल एटमॉस्फेयर नहीं है, तो वहां पे हर्बिसाइड ज्यादा यूज होते हैं, वहां अनवांटेड प्लांट की ग्रोथ ज्यादा होती है, इंसेक्टिसाइड कम यूज करते हैं। यदि हम स्टेटिक्स देखें तो देखिए 60,000 टन हमारे यहाँ पेस्टिसाइड यूज होता है। ये भी 2000 का डाटा है, उसके बाद से इसका डाटा हमें सिस्टमेटिक फॉर्म में नहीं मिल रहा है। ठीक है, तो जब हम पेस्टिसाइड का देखते हैं तो इसमें देखिए हर्बिसाइड, इंसेक्टिसाइड, फंजीसाइड, बैक्टीरियासाइड, प्लांट ग्रोथ रेगुलेटर और अदर पेस्टिसाइड को यूज किया जाता है। और यदि हम यूएस का देखें तो यूएस में देखिए कितना पेस्टिसाइड यूज किया जा रहा है। हमारे पास 60,000 टन का हिसाब है, उनका 3,50,000 टन का हिसाब है। अब ये पेस्टिसाइड के बारे में जो मैं बार बार बोल रहा हूँ, इतना हमें इतना टन है तो कोई बात नहीं, लेकिन आपको मैं बताता हूँ जो मॉस्किटो रिपेलेंट आपके घर में यूज होती है उसमें मतलब जो पेस्टिसाइड का कॉन्सेंट्रेट 2 से 80% होता है, प्लस सॉल्वेंट होता है। उसका 60 ml रहता है वो, और उसका 1 ml स्प्रे होके एक रूम में पूरे तरह से जो मॉस्किटो है उनको रिमूव कर देता है। तो रिमूव कर देता है, कैसे करता है? वो इस तरह की पंजेंट स्मेल निकलती है उससे कि वो रिमूव हो जाते हैं। बेसिकली वो उसके नर्वस सिस्टम में अटैक करता है। तो बेसिकली उतना कम क्वांटिटी जो है वो एक रूम के लिए सफिशिएंट होती है। तो ये क्वांटिटी जो है वो हमारे एनवायरनमेंट के लिए हार्मफुल है। यदि प्रोडक्शन वाइज देखें तो इंडिया 3rd पोजीशन में आता है पेस्टिसाइड के प्रोडक्शन में। अब पेस्टिसाइड यूज कहाँ कहाँ होते हैं? प्लांटेशन क्रॉप्स में होते हैं, जो हम ऑरेंजेस, मैंगो या जो भी फ्रूट्स हम ग्रो करते हैं, बनाना, वहां पे हम पेस्टिसाइड का यूज करते हैं। वेजिटेबल्स में यूज करते हैं, पल्सेस में यूज करते हैं, जो हमारी दालें होती हैं उसमें पेस्टिसाइड के, व्हीट में यूज करते हैं और राइस में यूज करते हैं। साथ ही साथ मैक्सिमम पेस्टिसाइड हम कॉटन में यूज करते हैं। कॉटन में पेस्टिसाइड इसलिए यूज करते हैं कि कॉटन में पेस्ट अटैक होने का सबसे ज्यादा। अब जो मैं कुछ स्लाइड स्किप करके इसमें आया, पेस्टिसाइड की स्टोरी जो है बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग है। सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर के बाद पीएच मुलर एक साइंटिस्ट थे, उन्होंने डीडीटी जो था, डीडीटी मॉलिक्यूल की डिस्कवरी तो पहले हो चुकी थी, उन्होंने इसकी मेडिसिनल प्रॉपर्टी की डिस्कवरी करी। अब जो मेडिसिनल प्रॉपर्टी की डिस्कवरी करी, तो जब मॉस्किटो या लीस जो सिर में होते थे बच्चे के, तो देखिए इसको किस तरह से स्प्रे किया जाता है। और यदि आपने ये डिवाइस देखी होगी तो आपके पेरेंट्स ने ये डिवाइस देखी होगी, इस तरह से जैसे हम एक जैसे नहीं सो कॉल्ड पिचकारी पंप वाली होती, उससे हम इसको पेस्टिसाइड को स्प्रे करते थे पहले। ये देखिए बड़ी व्हीकलों से फ्लाइट से, इन सब से पेस्टिसाइड का स्प्रे किया जाता था। हमें ये नॉलेज ही नहीं था कि पेस्टिसाइड हमारे लिए हमारा फ्रेंड है कि एनिमी है। लेकिन 1972 में क्या हुआ, अमेरिकन जो बायोकेमिस्ट थे उनने स्टडी की और उन्होंने ये पाया कि ये बर्ड्स के लिए कैंसरस है। फिर उन्होंने ये पाया कि ह्यूमन के लिए हार्मफुल है, तो डीडीटी जो है 1972 के बाद डीडीटी को पूरी तरह से बैन कर दिया गया। जो पीएच मिलर थे जिनको 1948 में एक डिस्कवरी के लिए नोबेल प्राइज मिला था, बाद में पता पड़ा कि ये इसका यदि प्रॉपर यूज नहीं करते हैं, जिस तरह से हम यूज करते हैं, तो हम इसमें कैंसर, बर्ड्स में कैंसर की स्टडी करी गई तो पाई गई कि ये पेस्टिसाइड के कारण हो रहा है। अब हम ये पेस्टिसाइड का यूज क्यों कर रहे हैं? क्योंकि हमारे पास जो भी हमारा एटमॉस्फेयर है, जो भी हमारा वे ऑफ लाइफ है, उसमें जो फ्लाइज और मॉस्किटोस बहुत हो रहे हैं। और ये जो मॉस्किटोस फ्लाइज जो है, जैसे फ्लाई जो है वो ऑल ओवर वर्ल्ड में पोलर आइस के अलावा हर जगह पाई जाती है। और जो ये फ्लाइज हैं वो डिफरेंट टाइप की डिसीजेज जैसे कॉलरा, हेपेटाइटिस, टाइफाइड एक्सेट्रा करती हैं। और जो मॉस्किटो है उसकी 3000 स्पीसीज हैं ऑल ओवर वर्ल्ड में। तो जो मॉस्किटो है डेंगू, चिकनगुनिया, मलेरिया इनके लिए करते हैं। तो इनको कंट्रोल करने के लिए हम पेस्टिसाइड के यूज करते थे। अब एक अमेरिकन ग्रुप है, उसने स्टडी करी और बताया कि किस मटेरियल में पेस्टिसाइड ज्यादा होता है और किस में कम होता है। तो आप देखेंगे कि आपको साल भर ग्रेप, एप्पल और कई फ्रूट्स पूरे सीजन में मिलते रहते हैं। तो बेसिकली उसको प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए, क्योंकि उसमें स्वीटनेस होती है, पेस्ट के अटैक होने की चांसेस होती है, उसमें एक स्मेल होती है जिसके कारण पेस्ट अटैक होते हैं। तो उसके लिए उन्होंने उसके लिए एक एनवायरनमेंट वर्किंग ग्रुप है, उनने स्टडी करी, उसमें केमिस्ट, एडवोकेट्स, लीगल सब कोई लोग हैं। तो उन्होंने ये स्टडी करी और ये पाया कि ये डर्टी डोजन होता है, इसमें सबसे ज्यादा पेस्टिसाइड होता है। और जो ये एस्परजस, एवोकाडो, कार्बेज, ब्रिंजल, ओनियन, इनमें कम पेस्टिसाइड होता है। तो बेसिकली कॉन्सेप्ट ये है कि इसमें पेस्टिसाइड को, इनको प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए हमें ज्यादा पेस्टिसाइड डालना पड़ता है। और इनमें से जो इसकी जो स्मेल होती है फ्रूट्स की, वो पेस्ट को अट्रैक्ट करती है। अब जब हमें मालूम है कि ये दोनों चीजें हैं, तो हमें तो इसका यूज करना बंद कर देना चाहिए। लेकिन एक क्रूशियल है, क्रॉप प्रोटेक्शन के लिए पेस्टिसाइड जरूरी है, फूड प्रिजर्वेशन के लिए है, मटेरियल प्रिजर्वेशन के लिए है। हम जो वुड में पॉलिश करते हैं उसमें भी वीट के वीडीसाइड का यूज होता है, डिजीज कंट्रोल के लिए करते हैं। तो पहले जब डीडीटी के इंडिया में जो केसेस थे 75 मिलियन थे 1952 में, वो प्रेजेंट लेस देन 2 मिलियन हो गए। यदि महाराष्ट्र की बात करें तो 2019 में उसके केस जो थे 2015 में 56 थे और 2019 में आके 6183 हो गए। तो मलेरिया वगैरह चीजों के लिए तो हमने इसमें मतलब एक अचीवमेंट ले लिया है कि ये नहीं हो रहा है। लेकिन जब ये पेस्टिसाइड का यूज किया जाता है तो ये ह्यूमन के लिए टॉक्सिक होते हैं। ठीक है, इंपैक्ट ऑन जो हमारे एनवायरनमेंट और इकोसिस्टम पे इंपैक्ट करते हैं। ये मैंने एक टेबल बनाई है, इस टेबल में ये बताया कि डिफरेंट टाइप के, आप केमिस्ट्री बैकग्राउंड, एनवायरनमेंट बैकग्राउंड के, तो डिफरेंट टाइप के कंपाउंड जो होते हैं वो किस तरह से एक्ट करते हैं और इंसेक्ट किलर, प्लांट किलर, कंट्रोल फंजाई, इस तरह से करते हैं। जैसे इंसेक्टिसाइड जो है ऑर्थोफोरस, कार्बोमेट, ऑर्गेनोक्लोरीन, प्लांट किलर, बायरोपिरिडिल और ग्लाइफोसेट, और इसमें थायोडाइक्लोकार्बोनेट, क्रूपिक साल्ट, इस तरह के सॉल्ट होते हैं, डिफोलिएंट होते हैं। प्लांट की ग्रोथ को मेंटेन करने के लिए डिफोलिएंट का भी यूज किया जाता है। इसके वो ऑर्गेनिक पेस्टिसाइड थे, ये इनऑर्गेनिक पेस्टिसाइड है। इस तरह के जो फ्रूट्स होते हैं उसमें इनऑर्गेनिक पेस्टिसाइड, पेरिस ग्रीन, क्रायोलाइट, बोरेक्स, ये सब कई कंपाउंड तो ऐसे हैं कि हमारे मार्केट में बड़े इजीली मिलते हैं, जबकि ये हाईली टॉक्सिक हैं। अब यहाँ पे मैंने पेस्टिसाइड का ये बताया, सबसे पहले ऑर्गेनिक पेस्टिसाइड आए। ऑर्गेनिक पेस्टिसाइड थे वो कि हमारे नर्वस सिस्टम में अटैक करते थे। उसके बाद जो दूसरे पेस्टिसाइड आए वो उन्होंने क्या किया कि नर्वस सिस्टम के साथ साथ हमारे जो मैमल्स थे उनमें भी अटैक कर रहे थे। कार्बामेट थे वो हमारे स्पेसिफिक एंजाइम में अटैक करते गए। तो ये ऊपर से भी हम नीचे जाते हैं तो नीचे धीरे धीरे पेस्टिसाइड की जो स्टेबिलिटी है कम होती जाती है। जो रेड कलर से मैंने पेस्टिसाइड बताए हैं, ये पेस्टिसाइड ऑल ओवर इंडिया में बैन हो चुके हैं। अब जब हम पेस्टिसाइड स्प्रे करते हैं तो होता क्या है, जब आपने एक मॉस्किटो रिपेलेंट के लिए स्प्रे किया या सीड ट्रीटमेंट के लिए स्प्रे किया, तो वो जो स्प्रे के मॉलिक्यूल हैं वो एयर में आते हैं, तो उनका इमिशन होता है। इमिशन होने के बाद वो ड्रिफ्ट करते हैं, मतलब एयर में फ्लोट करते हैं। फ्लोट करने के बाद उनका डिपोजिशन होता है, वो सॉइल में भी होता है, वाटर के सरफेस में भी हो सकता है। उसके बाद वाटर में उसका सेडिमेंटेशन होता है, और जब रेनफॉल होता है तो लीचिंग के थ्रू ग्राउंड वाटर में आते हैं और ड्रेनेज के थ्रू सल्फेट वाटर में जाते हैं। साथ ही साथ जब वो वेपर फॉर्म में होते हैं तो वो वेपर फॉर्म में ही रहते हैं, क्योंकि हम एज ए फ्यूमिगेंट यूज करते हैं, तो ये वेपर फॉर्म में एटमॉस्फेयर में जाते हैं। तो बेसिकली हमने क्या किया, एक सीड के ट्रीटमेंट को किया, और हमारे देखिए क्रॉप, सॉइल ऑर्गेनिज्म, एप्लीकेटर, बाई स्टैंडर्ड, वाइल्ड लाइफ सब इफेक्ट पड़ रही है। हमने एक पेस्ट को मारने के लिए पेस्टिसाइड का यूज किया, लेकिन वो पूरे सिस्टम को इफेक्ट कर रहा है। और इस साइकिल के थ्रू, एयर के थ्रू, सॉइल के थ्रू, टारगेटेड पेस्ट के थ्रू और ये सरफेस वाटर के थ्रू, ये फाइनली हमारे एक्वेटिक सिस्टम में चला जाता है। अब एक्वेटिक सिस्टम में जाता है, उसके बारे में हमें क्यों इतना सोचना है, क्योंकि यदि हमारे सरफेस में या इसमें पानी में हमारे सरफेस में यदि पेस्टिसाइड है तो पेस्टिसाइड की लाइफ बहुत ज्यादा है। यदि यहाँ डिफरेंट प्रॉपर्टी बताई है कि उसकी एब्जॉर्प्शन कैपेसिटी होगी तो सॉइल में एब्जॉर्ब हो जाएगा। यदि वो सॉल्युबल है तो वो वाटर के साथ परकुलेट होकर ग्राउंड वाटर में जाएगा। यदि परसिस्टेंस है तो लंबे समय तक रहेगा, वोल्टराइजेशन है तो वेपर में रहेगा। इसके बाद क्लाइमेटिक फैक्टर, पेस्टिसाइड स्प्रे करने के बाद यदि हमें पॉसिबिलिटी है कि रेन होने वाली है तो हमें पेस्टिसाइड स्प्रे नहीं करना चाहिए। क्यों? क्योंकि यदि रेनफॉल होगा तो इमीडिएट पेस्टिसाइड जो है उसको पेस्ट को किल करने को टाइम नहीं मिलेगा और वो हमारे वाटर में जाएगा। यदि वाटर स्लो हो रहा है तो ग्राउंड वाटर रिचार्ज होता है, तो उस समय पेस्टिसाइड उससे पेनिट्रेट होकर उसके साथ परकुलेट होकर नीचे ग्राउंड वाटर को कंटामिनेट करेगा। सेम टाइम यदि रेनफॉल फास्ट है तो वाटर फ्लो होकर रन ऑफ के थ्रू हमारा सरफेस वाटर में जाएगा। तो ये डिफरेंट कॉजेज हैं जिससे कि पेस्टिसाइड हमारे एक्वेटिक सिस्टम में जाता है। आखिरी में सॉइल परमिटिविटी, ऑर्गेनिक मटेरियल, इसमें भी यदि सॉइल परमिटिविटी ज्यादा है, यदि सैंडी सॉइल है तो जो पेस्टिसाइड के अंदर जाने की पॉसिबिलिटी ज्यादा है। सॉइल ऑर्गेनिक मैटर ज्यादा है तो उसमें पेस्टिसाइड एब्जॉर्ब हो जाएगा। तो ये डिफरेंट फैक्टर हैं। अब एक हमारे मन में ये विचार आता है कि कोई भी चीज वाटर में गई या हमारे सिस्टम में आई तो डिग्रेड हो जाती है, तो ये बिल्कुल नहीं है। हमारा जब कोई केमिकल इनपुट होता है तो वो सबसे पहले डिसॉल्व होता है, उसका फोटोलिसिस होकर ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन प्रोडक्ट बनता है, साथ ही साथ कुछ वेपर में चला जाता है, रिमेनिंग बायो एक्यूमुलेशन होता है। बायो एक्यूमुलेशन का एक आपने एग्जांपल मिनीमेटा का देखा था जापान में, जहां मरकरी जो है वो फिशिस के डिफरेंट पार्ट में रिस्टोर हो गया था, और वो उसके बाद जब उसको जो फिशिस को ईट किया गया तो वो नर्वस सिस्टम में अटैक करने लगा। तो बेसिकली जब ये बायो एक्यूमुलेशन होता है फिशिस पे या एक्वेटिक एलिमेंट में, जहाँ पे सी फूड एक्वेटिक ये खाए जाते हैं, वहां पे पेस्टिसाइड एक्यूमुलेट होता जाता है। उनकी डेथ नहीं होती, वो फिश अपना मतलब उसकी लाइफ जो है उसमें कम नहीं होती, लेकिन वो उनकी बॉडी में एक्यूमुलेट हो जाता है और फिर ये पेस्टिसाइड इनडायरेक्टली हमारी बॉडी में आता है। इसका बायोडिग्रेडेशन होके जो प्रोडक्ट बनते हैं वो मे बी टॉक्सिक, इससे ज्यादा भी टॉक्सिक हो सकते हैं, कम भी टॉक्सिक हो, ऐसी कोई गारंटी नहीं कि टॉक्सिक होंगे नहीं। इसके साथ साथ ये सेडिमेंट में भी एब्जॉर्ब होता है। ये सिंपल कुछ रिएक्शन है। मैंने बताया कि जो पेस्टिसाइड के जो डिग्रेडेशन है वो नॉर्मल हाइड्रोलिसिस से भी होता है और फोटोलिसिस से भी होता है, माइक्रोबायोलॉजिकल डिग्रेडेशन भी होता है। लेकिन ये सभी कंपाउंड मेरा बताने का पर्पस आपको ये है कि इनकी टॉक्सिसिटी कई बार पेस्टिसाइड, एक्चुअल पेस्टिसाइड से भी ज्यादा होती है। अब हम बात करते हैं कि हमारे रिवर सिस्टम में कहाँ कहाँ पेस्टिसाइड आ गया है। तो यदि आप कावेरी रिवर की बात करेंगे और उसमें सेडिमेंट और वाटर में पेस्टिसाइड है, गंगा रिवर में पेस्टिसाइड रिपोर्ट हो चुका है, शारदा रिवर खीरी में यूपी में है उसमें, यमुना रिवर, गोदावरी रिवर, बेतवा रिवर और गोदावरी प्लेन और बे ऑफ बंगाल, इन सभी जगह पेस्टिसाइड के ट्रेसेस पाए गए हैं। अब पेस्टिसाइड का रोल क्या होना चाहिए? पेस्टिसाइड का रोल ये होना चाहिए कि पेस्टिसाइड टॉक्सिक, पेस्ट के लिए तो टॉक्सिक हो लेकिन ह्यूमन बीइंग के लिए टॉक्सिक ना हो। मतलब पेस्टिसाइड पेस्ट पे अटैक करने के बाद डिसअपियर हो जाए, जैसे ही वो डिसअपियर हो जाएगा फिर वो एनवायरनमेंट क्लीन हो जाएगा। लेकिन ऐसा आइडियली होता नहीं है, ठीक है। तो एक टाइम के बाद, कुछ सेकंड के बाद पेस्टिसाइड को डिग्रेड हो जाना चाहिए। लेकिन जो पेस्टिसाइड का डिग्रेडेशन है वो कुछ हफ्तों से लेके कुछ महीनों, 6-7 महीने तक चलता है, और जब वो 6-7 महीने तक डिग्रेड नहीं होता है तो हमारे सिस्टम को वो लगातार हार्म करता है। ये देखिए पेस्टिसाइड को क्लासिफाइड किया गया है। कुछ पेस्टिसाइड हैं वो लेस देन 2 वीक में डिग्रेड हो जाते हैं, कुछ पेस्टिसाइड 2 to 4 वीक लगते हैं, और कुछ पेस्टिसाइड होते हैं 6 वीक से 6 मंथ लेते हैं। और डीडीटी, एल्डिड, डाई एल्डिड जैसे पेस्टिसाइड हैं ये 6 मंथ तक हमारे सिस्टम में रहते हैं। गवर्नमेंट ने क्या किया कि गवर्नमेंट की भी ड्यूटी है, तो गवर्नमेंट ने बहुत सारे पेस्टिसाइड को बैन कर दिया। लेकिन इंडिया इतनी बड़ी कंट्री है कि कई बार कहीं से इंपोर्ट होके इस तरह के पेस्टिसाइड आते हैं, तो हमें अवेयरनेस होनी चाहिए कि इन पेस्टिसाइड को हम यूज करें कि नहीं करें। गवर्नमेंट के प्रोटोकॉल क्या है? यदि कोई वाटर क्वालिटी मॉनिटरिंग करता है तो उसको ये 15-16 पेस्टिसाइड आपको वंस इन ए ईयर वाटर क्वालिटी की मॉनिटरिंग में देखना है। यदि ये पेस्टिसाइड आप नहीं देखते हैं तो आप ये नहीं कह सकते कि वाटर ड्रिंकिंग के लिए फिट है या अनफिट है। यदि हम पुराने स्पेसिफिकेशन देखें जो ABCD क्लासिफिकेशन था, उसमें पेस्टिसाइड को क्लासिफाइड नहीं किया था, उसमें सिर्फ ये बोला गया था कि पेस्टिसाइड शुड बी एब्सेंट। लेकिन अभी पेस्टिसाइड को क्लासिफाइड करके बताया गया ये 18 पेस्टिसाइड हैं जो कि ड्रिंकिंग वाटर में एब्सेंट होना चाहिए। और आप ध्यान से देखिए कि इनकी कॉन्सेंट्रेशन कितनी लो बताई गई है, माइक्रोग्राम 1 माइक्रोग्राम पर लीटर, और इनकी मेथड बताई गई है US EPA के हिसाब से। तो ये पेस्टिसाइड, यदि कोई मिनरल वाटर की बोतल या आप कोई पैक ड्रिंकिंग वाटर की बोतल लेते हैं तो आपको ये नॉलेज होना चाहिए कि जो पेस्टिसाइड्स हैं वो उसमें कंप्लीटली एब्सेंट होने चाहिए। वर्ल्ड वाइज पेस्टिसाइड को लेके डिफरेंट व्यूज हैं और उनके स्टैंडर्ड अलग अलग दिए गए हैं। अब ये पेस्टिसाइड फंक्शन कैसे करते हैं? पेस्टिसाइड पेस्ट के नर्वस सिस्टम में अटैक करते हैं। यदि किसी को किल करना होता है तो उसके नर्वस सिस्टम या डाइजेस्टिव सिस्टम या रिप्रोडक्टिव सिस्टम में अटैक करना होता है कि उसकी पॉपुलेशन को कंट्रोल किया जाए। तो ये बेसिकली नर्वस सिस्टम में अटैक करते हैं, और यदि किसी चीज का लार्वा है तो उसको किल कर देते हैं, उसको एडल्ट स्टेज में आने नहीं देते। हर्बिसाइड क्या करते हैं? फोटोसिंथेसिस को स्टॉप कर देते हैं। जो अनवांटेड प्लांट होते हैं क्रॉप्स में जो कि हमारे न्यूट्रिएंट लेते हैं उनको ग्रोथ उनको करते हैं। साथ ही ये ग्रोथ रेगुलेटर भी होते हैं। कुछ जगह ऐसी प्लांट की डिमांड होती है कि उनकी ग्रोथ ज्यादा ना हो, एक हाइट तक ही जाए, क्योंकि फिर उनका जो इरिगेशन वगैरह नहीं हो पाता, इसलिए। फिर फंजीसाइड प्रोटीन होता है, एमिनो एसिड की सिंथेसिस होता है। तो ये जो फंजीसाइड होता है वो एमिनो एसिड की जो सिंथेसिस है उसको ब्लॉक कर देता है। और ये डायग्राम से आपको क्लियर कट पता पड़ेगा, सेल्फ एक्सप्लेनेटरी डायग्राम है, इससे आपको क्लियर कट पता पड़ेगा कि जो पेस्टिसाइड्स हैं वो किस तरह से हमारी बॉडी के अंदर जा रहे हैं। ये स्पेसिफिक पेस्टिसाइड मैंने बताए हैं नर्वस सिस्टम में किस एंजाइम के ऊपर अटैक करते हैं। मोस्ट ऑफ दी जो पेस्टिसाइड है वो हमारे नर्वस में कोलिनेस्टरेज एंजाइम जो है, जो हमारे सिग्नल पासिंग का काम करता है, उसको डिस्टर्ब करते हैं। लिंडेम जो होता है वो सोडियम जो चैनल होता है उसको डिस्टर्ब करता है। अब ये डायग्राम आप ध्यान से देखिएगा। बेसिकली हमारे जो ब्रेन में जो सिग्नल पास होते हैं उसको जो एसिटिलोकोलिन एंजाइम होता है वो रेगुलेट करता है, ठीक है। और वो इस तरह से रेगुलेट करता है कि एसिटिलोकोलिन स्टीरेज जो है वो उसको डिग्रेड कर देता है, और जो सिग्नल होते हैं वो ब्रेक डाउन हो जाता है कि जितना हमें कोई चीज देखनी है उतना देख के फिर वो सिग्नल को ब्रेक डाउन कर देता है, क्योंकि एसिटिलोकोलिन एंजाइम रिलीज होता है। लेकिन जब ये ऑर्गनोफॉस्फेट पेस्टिसाइड आ जाता है तो ये क्या करता है कि एसिटिलोकोलिन एंजाइम के साथ रिएक्शन कर लेता है, और जब ये उसके साथ रिएक्शन कर देता है तो एसिटोकोलिन है उस तक उसकी जो फंक्शनलिटी है वो इफेक्ट होती है, और कंटिन्यूस सिग्नल आते रहते हैं। कंटिन्यूस सिग्नल मतलब आदमी के ब्रेन में कंटिन्यूस सिग्नल आते हैं और उसको किसी तरह की मतलब बेसिकली इसका नर्वस सिस्टम फेलियर की तरफ जाता है। अब हम बात करें हर्बिसाइड की, तो हर्बिसाइड क्या करता है? परकुलेट होके फोटोसिंथेसिस में जो क्लोरोप्लास्ट होता है वो क्लोरोप्लास्ट को डैमेज कर देता है, और जो फोटोसिंथेसिस है उससे रुक जाती है। अब इसका पेस्टिसाइड का बायोमैग्निफिकेशन किस तरह से है? यदि हम बात करें तो देखिए 0.002 ppm बहुत लो कॉन्सेंट्रेशन में है, लेकिन जैसे उस जो छोटे छोटे जो फाइटोप्लैंक्टन है उनको जो बड़े फाइटोप्लैंक्टन पाते हैं तो उनकी कॉन्सेंट्रेशन 0.0025 हो जाती है। जब उसको जू प्लैंक्टन खाते हैं तो उनकी कॉन्सेंट्रेशन 0.123 ppm हो जाती है। उसके बाद जो कॉन्सेंट्रेशन है 1.04 ppm हो जाती है, फिर वो 4.83 ppm आती है, और जब बर्ड की बॉडी में इसकी कॉन्सेंट्रेशन to 4 ppm हो जाती है। मतलब आप देखिए किस तरह से पेस्टिसाइड का मैग्निफिकेशन होता है। इवन हैवी मेटल का भी मैग्निफिकेशन इस तरह होता है, क्योंकि अब प्लांट में मैग्निफिकेशन नहीं होता है, ह्यूमन में मैग्निफिकेशन होता है। ऐसा कोई बताएगा क्यों होता है? बेसिकली जो प्लांट्स होते हैं उसमें एडिपोस टिश्यू नहीं होते। ह्यूमन बॉडी में एडिपोस टिश्यू और फैटी टिश्यूज होते हैं जिसमें ये पेस्टिसाइड एक्यूमुलेट हो जाते हैं। अब जो नाइट्रोजन साइकिल, जो कि हमें पल्सेस वगैरह को प्रोड्यूस करने के लिए नाइट्रोजन साइकिल होती है, तो उसमें बहुत सारे बैक्टीरिया होते हैं, डीनाइट्रीफाइंग बैक्टीरिया और नाइट्रीफाइंग बैक्टीरिया। तो ये जो बैक्टीरिया है, ये बैक्टीरिया नाइट्रोजन साइकिल को नेचर में रन करते हैं। तो जब ये पेस्टिसाइड का स्प्रे किया जाता है तो उससे क्या होता है कि ये नाइट्रीफाइंग बैक्टीरिया है किल हो जाते हैं, और किल हो जाने से क्या होता है, हमारा जो प्रोटीन रिलेटेड कंपाउंड होते हैं उनका प्रोटेक्शन कम होता है। दूसरा, ये अब एडवर्स इफेक्ट पेस्टिसाइड में आपका ये जो बटरफ्लाई है, ये आपकी हनी बी है, अर्थवॉर्म और फिश, ये सबसे ज्यादा सेंसिटिव। यूरोपियन यूनियन ने रिपोर्ट बनाई थी, उसने बताया था कि बटरफ्लाई की स्पीसीज ऑल ओवर वर्ल्ड में खत्म हो रही हैं क्योंकि पेस्टिसाइड का यूज हो रहा है। साथ ही साथ अर्थवॉर्म, जो हमारे लिए, हमारे जो किसानों के लिए फ्रेंड होता है, वो भी खत्म हो रहा है। साथ ही साथ जो हनी बी जो होता है वो हमें हनी देती है, उसमें भी पेस्टिसाइड के ट्रेसेस आ रहे हैं। साथ साथ फिश की पॉपुलेशन भी इससे कम होती है। साथ साथ जब बटरफ्लाई की बात करें तो बटरफ्लाई पॉलिनेशन में बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल प्ले करती है। यदि बटरफ्लाई की संख्या होगी तो पॉलिनेशन नहीं होगा, हमारे जो फ्लावर वाले प्लांट है उनकी संख्या रिड्यूस हो जाएगी। तो इसके बारे में यूरोपियन यूनियन ने एक सिस्टमेटिक स्टडी करा है और बताया कि ऑल ओवर वर्ल्ड में बटरफ्लाई की संख्या, मतलब यदि पिछले 20-25 साल में देखें तो 5-10% ही रह गई है। इसके बाद यदि हम बात करें कि पेस्टिसाइड की ट्रेसेबिलिटी क्या है, कहां तक पहुंच गया पेस्टिसाइड, तो WHO ने 2002 में ही एक रिपोर्ट पब्लिश कर दी और उसने बताया कि मदर मिल्क में पेस्टिसाइड के ट्रेसेस पाए गए हैं, क्योंकि जो मदर मिल्क होता है वो एडिपोस टिश्यू से निकलता है। तो एडिपोस टिश्यू जो है उसमें पेस्टिसाइड के ट्रेसेस पाए गए हैं, और इसको कंफर्म करने के लिए ICMR ने एक स्टडी करी और हमारे शहरों से पेस्टिसाइड का सैंपल लिए और देखिए उसमें DDT और HCH के वो पाए गए। इसके अलावा वर्ल्ड में भी DDT, पॉलीक्लोरोबेंजीन, HCH और HCB और क्लोरीन कंपाउंड की स्टडी करी गई। तो उसमें भी देखिए कि वियतनाम में, फिलीपींस में, जापान में, सभी जगह मदर मिल्क तक में पेस्टिसाइड वो पाए गए। ये बहुत चिंता का विषय है, क्योंकि हमारा जो टॉप ऑफ द फूड चेन है वो कंटामिनेटेड हो चुका है। कुछ दिन पहले CSE ने एक स्टडी करके बताया था कि जो हमारे बॉटल वाटर में उसमें पेस्टिसाइड के वो पाए गए। अब हम इतनी तो हमने प्रॉब्लम की बात कर ली, सोल्यूशन क्या है? सोल्यूशन भी तो देखना है कि पूरी प्रॉब्लम ही मैंने आपसे डिस्कस करी। तो सोल्यूशन ये है कि हम बायो पेस्टिसाइड की तरफ जाएं, हम नीम ऑयल जैसे प्रोडक्ट यूज करें, हम कपूर यूज करें, हम लौंग यूज करें, या हम कुछ इस तरह के मसाले यूज करें जिससे हम पेस्ट को कंट्रोल कर सकें। और आज की डेट में गवर्नमेंट के एफर्ट से हजारों टन बायो पेस्टिसाइड्स भी अवेलेबल हैं। और यदि आप नेट में भी देखेंगे तो बायो पेस्टिसाइड बनाने की बहुत इजी मेथड है। कुछ घर के सामान लेके यदि उसको मिक्सी में लिक्विड के साथ वो कर देते हैं ऑयल के साथ, तो उससे भी आप पेस्टिसाइड बना सकते हैं। काऊ डंग भी पेस्टिसाइड में यूज हो सकता है, लेकिन कुछ चीजें प्लेजेंट नहीं होती कि काऊ डंग से आप धुआं करके मॉस्किटो को रिपेल कर पाए, तो इसके कारण थोड़ा सा डिफिकल्टी होती है। लेकिन बहुत सारे इस तरह के प्रोडक्ट हैं जिससे हम पेस्टिसाइड जो है इसको कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि जो बायो पेस्टिसाइड है इनकी एडवांटेज है, ये ह्यूमन पे एडवर्स इफेक्ट नहीं डालता। जो हमारे जो एनिमल्स हैं, जो हमारे जैसे अर्थवॉर्म है और जो एनिमल्स है उस पर उसके नेगेटिव इफेक्ट नहीं है। यदि किसी नीम किसी के माउथ से चली गई उसके स्टोमक में तो कोई ऐसा नुकसान नहीं होने वाला, बल्कि फायदा ही होगा। तो उस तरह के कंपाउंड हमें यूज करना है जिससे कि हमारे ये जो सिंथेटिक कंपाउंड है रिप्लेस हो जाए। और इसकी कई स्टडीज भी हैं, कई माइक्रोबायोलॉजिकल कंपाउंड भी हैं, जैसे बैसिलस थाइजीनस, बेक्लोवायरस, नीम, ट्राइकोडर्मा। इनको कॉटन में, राइस में, वेजिटेबल्स में, ग्राउंडनट में, इन सब में यूज किया जा सकता है। इनकी सक्सेस स्टोरी भी है। निमेरिन जो है पंजाब, गुजरात, वेस्ट बंगाल में बहुत कॉमन हुआ है। बायोग्रामा हरियाणा राजस्थान में हुआ है शुगर केन्स के लिए। बायोडर्मा जो है वो रेयर रोड्स और विड्स को कंट्रोल करने के लिए महाराष्ट्र, हरियाणा, राजस्थान में भी पॉपुलर हुआ है। बायोरीन लखनऊ में मैंगो के लिए पॉपुलर हुआ है। बायोलैब पंजाब, गुजरात, वेस्ट बंगाल में कॉटन और टमाटो के लिए पॉपुलर हुआ है। अब हमें करना क्या है डे टू डे लाइफ में, जो पेस्टिसाइड जब आप घर में केन खरीदते हैं, शायद ही किसी ने पढ़ा, उसमें एक छोटी स्लिप होती है, उसको जरूर पढ़ना है। उसमें हिंदी, इंग्लिश सब लैंग्वेज में लिखा रहता है, ठीक है, बहुत छोटे से लेटर में लिखा रहता है। उसको मोबाइल से आप फोटो खींच के उसको इनलार्ज करके पढ़िए, उसको समझिए कि वो लिखा क्या है। क्योंकि पेस्टिसाइड जब आप लेते हैं घर में रख देते हैं, तो कई बार ऐसा होता है रखे रखे ही वो उसमें, क्योंकि ऑर्गेनिक सॉल्वेंट होता है, वो इवोपरेट होता रहता है और आपको हार्मफुल इफेक्ट डालता रहता है। पेस्टिसाइड यदि यूज करते हैं तो कैलिब्रेशन जो उसकी नोजल है उससे प्रॉपर स्प्रे हो रहा है कि नहीं हो रहा है। यदि उसकी नोजल में किसी तरह का डिस्टर्बेंस देखते हैं तो आप उसको यूज नहीं करिए। फिर यदि किसान या आपके साथ में कोई भी विलेज में लोग यूज करते हैं तो उनको बताइए कि पेस्टिसाइड के जो पॉट है उसको किस तरह से क्लीन करें। पेस्टिसाइड को हमेशा स्टोर इन ड्राई प्लेस में रखना है, ड्राई और कूल प्लेस में रखना है। यदि हम हॉट प्लेस में रख देंगे तो उसके सॉल्वेंट इवोपरेट होंगे। कभी भी किसी भी कंडीशन में यदि उसका स्प्रे या नोजल काम नहीं कर रहा है तो माउथ से टच नहीं करना है। जब भी पेस्टिसाइड स्प्रे करना है, यदि हम घर में स्प्रे करते हैं तो ऐसे प्रोटेक्शन यूज करके करना है। विलेजेस में यदि आपके पहचान के लोग हैं तो उनको बताइए। अब यदि घर में हम यूज कर रहे हैं तो हमें इमीडिएट ये यूज करने के बाद बाथ लेना है। हमें वो पेस्टिसाइड जो है, क्योंकि उसके कुछ पार्टिकल्स हमारी बॉडी में आ जाते हैं। साथ ही साथ जब विंडी वेदर हो, जब हवा चल रही है या पंखा बहुत तेज चला के आप पेस्टिसाइड स्प्रे कर रहे हैं, वो बिल्कुल मत करिए। एयर कंडीशन चला के पेस्टिसाइड के मॉस्किटो रिपेलेंट ऑन करके आपका सोना बहुत डेंजर है, क्योंकि वो पूरे नाइट आप इनहेल करते रहते हैं। तो उसके लिए आप मॉस्किटो रिपेलेंट लगाइए, रूम बंद कर दीजिए, आप बाहर हो जाइए 30 मिनट। जब उसमें पूरा एक फॉर्म उसकी वेपर्स पूरी कंडेंस हो जाए, उसके बाद डोर खोल दीजिए, पूरे मॉस्किटो या जो भी है वो बाहर को मूव करेंगे और आप फिर अंदर आके फैन चला के सो जाइए और मॉस्किटो रिपेलेंट ऑफ कर दीजिए। क्योंकि वो जो 1 ml पेस्टिसाइड एक दिन में आपका इवोपरेट हो रहा है वो बहुत हाईली टॉक्सिक है, आपके हार्मोन्स और एंजाइम को भी इफेक्ट कर रहा है। और इवन कई लोगों ने देखा भी होगा कि जब वो मॉस्किटो की पेस्टिसाइड की पंजेंट स्मेल आती है तो कुछ लोगों को सिरदर्द होने लगता है, ठीक है। इसके अलावा जब हॉट वेदर हो, बहुत एक्सट्रीम हॉट वेदर हो तो स्प्रे नहीं करना है। जहां पेस्टिसाइड स्प्रे करते हैं वहां पे खाना पीना, स्मोकिंग करना नहीं होना चाहिए। लेने के बाद बात होना चाहिए। बाय गेट वन फ्री, सब चीज में आप बाय गेट वन फ्री का फायदा लीजिए। इसमें फायदा मत लीजिए कि आपको पेस्टिसाइड का केन सस्ते मिल रहा है तो आप वहां से लेके आ जा रहे हैं और अपने घर में रख ले रहे हैं। वो आप लिटरल सेंस में एक टॉक्सिक केमिकल लाके अपने घर में रख रहे हैं। और हमेशा बच्चों को इनसे दूर रखिए, हमेशा लॉक एंड की में रखिए। तो ये इसके प्रोटेक्शन के हाउस होल्ड तरीके हैं। और आपको पूरा वे बता दिया। बायो पेस्टिसाइड की तरफ शिफ्ट करिए। गवर्नमेंट बायो पेस्टिसाइड को बहुत प्रोड्यूस कर रही है, किसी भी कंपनी का बायो पेस्टिसाइड लीजिए। साथ ही साथ अपने घर में बायो पेस्टिसाइड बनाने की मेथड डेवलप करिए और यूज करिए, जिससे कैंसर जैसी बीमारी या जो न्यूरोलॉजिकल डिसऑर्डर होते हैं वो होना बंद हो। ठीक है, थैंक यू। थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir, for sharing such insightful knowledge with us. Now, moving towards the alumni session, we invite Ms. Shabnam Hussain, Cotton Insecticide Strategy led at Corteva AgriScience, to share her experience and insight. She will be joining us through a virtual meeting today.
Yeah, hi everyone. Good afternoon. Can you please confirm if I'm audible?
Yes.
Yes.
You're audible.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Hi everyone. Good afternoon. I am Shabnam Hussain, And I have been it's really a privilege to be here. I really wanted to be, first of all, apologies, everyone. I really wanted to be there in person. And I have been an alumni of the first batch of MIT Institute of Environmental Sciences. I did my master's over there. And what a great experience it has been with such mentors and teachers to be and such a great learning it has been. It is a great contributor to the place wherever I am blessed in my career as. So right now I am working with Corteva Agri Science, and I work there as a corn and cotton insecticide strategy lead currently. And I really handle corn and cotton portfolio for Corteva Agri Science. And it is a multinational company which has a rich history of more than 210 years old. And today in this session, as I have been invited to talk about water management practices, which is one of the important and burning topic if we talk about India as a country. So as I share my screen, if you can confirm if it is visible. So I'll start with my slides. So
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
thank you so much, everyone. So I here really want to start with a provocation, everyone. We spend a lot of time, and we have been hearing the honorable guest speaker who was sharing previously before me, and he was really talking about agriculture, about the crop protection products. And it's really thought-provoking that we spend a lot of time talking about agriculture, about seeds, about crop protection, about technology, about markets, all of it, because all of it matters. But today I want to really speak about something which is more fundamental, which really start underneath every single one of these conversations which we do. And that's nothing else but water. Because without water security, nothing else in agriculture holds together. And right now, India's water story is at a really critical inflection point. And that's what in my coming slides we will talk. I have really tried to keep it very simple, because if I would have been in person over there, it would have been really a two-way conversation. But since here I'm online, so I would really try to keep it very simple, and I've tried to pull the data from some good platforms like Niti Aayog's CWMI reports or World Bank, and all these from all these platforms. Today, the data which I put in front of you are these three numbers, which you can see on the screen. So there are 600 million people in India who are currently facing extremely water stress. And it's not a projection. This is what the story is of today. And by 2030, that is 6 years from now, the data predicts, Niti Aayog's data predicts by their own modeling and own, platforms or softwares they have, that water demand will double than what it is available by 2030. It will just get double. And 85% of all the fresh water which is available is being consumed, and it goes to the agriculture of this country. And we know India is an agriculture country. We are geographically, climatically, we are very much blessed with that. But if you look at the total, 85% of the fresh water is being consumed by this sector. So it's really important that we really have a close look that where the problem is and where the solution needs to come from. And they both are at the same place. While I talk about the problem, I'll also talk about the solution, and both are the same place when I say it's there at the farm, it's there in the field. So this is what will help us to bring India at a better place in terms of when we talk about water and its consumption. So when we think about, yes, we have been agriculture country. We have been, we are, and we are going to be. A lot of GDP comes from agriculture. So when we think about this sector, it's important. But what's going wrong over here? Because we have been, and I remember for a long, long time, I've been a Delite for all my life. I've been hearing all my life that Gurgaon table is falling, Punjab water table is going down, Haryana, that's from my student days, I still remember. So what is going wrong over here? Because we are already aware of our situation. We know these are the crises and they have been there for decades. We have had policies, we have been hearing about schemes, missions, and yet our ground table, water table keeps falling below. And the answer is very structural. How the sector in which the maximum amount of water, fresh water is being consumed, how that sector is behaving when it is conducting its everyday, regular day-to-day affair on field. So if every one of you would know that flood irrigation, it still dominates in India and it operates at below 40% water use efficiency. How we calculate is that if the water which I'm flooding in a field, that water is contributing to what amount of productivity in the end coming from that field. So it is coming at below 40%, and that's very low in terms. That means 60% of that is getting wasted, and that's just in quantitative terms if somebody wants to put a map to it in their mind. And if we look at what are the crops that we are growing which are wasting half of the water, if we look at that, is also very clear. We are growing rice in Punjab, we are growing sugarcane in Maharashtra, and they are most water sensitive crops. They are most water intensive crops, and they are being grown in the most water stressed regions. So what are we doing? We are trying to grow the crops which consume more water intensive, to areas where the water table is already going down. So that planning is lacking, and I'm not saying that who is growing is responsible, because they are doing, because there is good price support for these producers. There is good subsidy structure in place. It makes it economically rational for a farmer to grow that. So he's also not the guy who's at fault there. He is getting a good price. And here is the irony. India is not a country that lacks rainfall. Most regions receive adequate precipitation, which is needed. The problem is not that we don't get the rain. We are not those parts of the world where we have rain as a problem. The problem is the system which we have built at the farm level, at the policy level, at infrastructure level, to manage what we already receive has a flaw. We have been solving the problem in a way which is not effectively delivering the results. We keep treating water as a supply challenge. But when we look at our precipitation data, the rainfall data, the challenge is not the supply. The challenge is the smart management of that supply. So that's where the shift needs to be, from the strategic shift. So that's what brings me to the conversation over here, that what I believe is the most important reframe of this entire conversation which I'm sharing today. For decades, the policy and the investment response to water stress has been build more canals, build more dams, build more everything which is involved in the diversion of available water. But the discussion should be more about the assumption which we have is water is abundant here. Okay, let's make a canal and divert it to that side. Let's have that. But that may solve the problem of making water available for that geography. But that doesn't solve the problem, the primary problem of its supply. And its supply and sustainable supply. That is not the problem which is being solved. Specifically, how agriculture uses the water, which it already has access to, has lot of to do with the 40% efficiency which I talked about in the beginning. Water supply management says bring more water to the farmer. Water demand management says help the farmer to do more with the water already available. And that's what the talking point here is from my end. It's not about making a supply to the farmer. It's about how we can support that the already available water can be used more judicially. And it is the thread that runs through everything, which we are going to have the conversation in the coming slides. So here, about the sustainable water management, when we approach towards the water management as a demand problem, there are the 4 priority areas which emerge. The first is the water crop alignment. We have the zones which are the water table is decreasing. We have the crops which are water intensive. So we need to grow water intensive crops in the areas where water is judicially available. We need to stop growing the crops in which there are water stressed geographies, and that needs a lot of not at anywhere in the decision making at the farmer level. Nobody is asking, because that decision is very much related to the economic price he's getting. So there is a lot of thought process which need to go at that level of that MSP reform, which needs to include the water table level also as an aspect in it, so that it requires incentivizing the growth of diversification of the crop. And in very many areas it has been happening. The government has been trying to diversify the inclusion of cotton and asking farmers that, okay, you don't grow only rice, you diversify it with other crop. But in many geographies, farmers grow a kharif cycle of rice, they follow by a rabi cycle of rice. So it's rice and again rice. And we all know a same crop followed by same crop doesn't contribute to the sustainable production of in the agriculture sector. The second important pillar is drip irrigation. So it is precision. It comes under precision irrigation, and India's drip irrigation adoption is close to 5%. And if you look at the other countries who have been doing amazing in that front, for example, Israel, it's more than 75%. So it's not that this technology is experimental. It's not as of now. It has been being used for decades and it works. It has proven its worth that this technology really works for water saving. And it saves between 30 to 50% of the water compared to the flood irrigation, which we spoke in the beginning. So the gap in the infrastructure investment and last mile delivery is what the gap is over here. A technology is available. We know how to use, we know it delivers result, but what the gap is coming is we are not able to infrastructurally implement it at different levels. The third important pillar is rainwater harvesting and its storage. We receive rain, it's just that we don't capture it. We, at the farm level, storage, reviving traditional water bodies. In ancient India, we also, at those times also, we used to have many water storage structures. But right now, we really need to invest on that front so that all the precipitation which we get, it can be saved and can be used. And in many areas in Maharashtra where I travel, especially in the areas of Vidarbha or Parbhani or Latur, or those areas which zones have been water stressed, we do see those kind of structures temporarily made by people themselves to store water during the rainy season so that they can consume it in their post-rainy, where they grow crops like corn, or they grow crops like pulses. So it's not that the technology is not there. The adoption is at a wide scale, which is a challenge, and maybe awareness also may have a little to do with that. Awareness at the people level and investment at the infrastructure at that level. And the fourth important pillar is, this is where where the research in this room, I would like to request that they need to have attention on, is what are all those water data-led governance programs which can be intensified, can be improved, and we can really think about that, like soil moisture monitoring, real-time groundwater data, making it available for the people, or aquifer mapping. That's another important thing. So right now, most water management in India, it runs on instincts rather than on evidence. It runs more on let's say it runs more on what the experience is. For example, okay, the rainfall is less, I'll not grow soybean, it is more water consuming. I'm taking example of Maharashtra. The farmer will say, I'll not grow soybean, I'll grow cotton because I had a less rainfall this year. If I have a more rainfall, I'll go for soybean. If I have a more rainfall, I'll go for paddy planting, rice planting. Otherwise, I'll look at some pulses, I'll look at some other things. So all this is not planned because there is no sufficient data to support the planner and economically make it viable for the farmer to decide on the same. So that's where an important role technology in agri-tech has to play. It is not the answer, but it can be an accelerant. So how it so now I want to really address that how technology directly can be a contributor to addressing this problem, because it tends to dominate everywhere in the conversations. And I think it's important to be honest both about the potential, how the technology can solve your answer, and also what are its limits. Because we can not always say that, okay, technology, bringing technology will solve things. Technology has been existing, like I have been sharing example of drip irrigation. Technologies have been existing for a long time. And we really need to understand that there is a gap in the last mile adoption of these technologies. So we really need to look at the solutions which need to solve these problems. We need to support it the smallholders with the data, and there are various tools which can do that, like remote sensing, the satellites, and these are all the tools which I have listed over here are not the experimental tool. They are some things which can actually contribute. And then there is a lot of not only technology can answer it, and there is no single actor who can contribute and solve this. So water security is a system problem, and it really demands the convergence in terms of policies. As industries, people need to step up. The people working in agriculture industries need to step up. As community, under various CSR programs, under various community outreach programs, there is a need to step up. The government, the agri industry, the academics and research people, the farmer communities, everybody together needs to step up. So we need to really solve this problem together. Just having an example of technology may not be something which will be able to solve this. So there are last 4 principles which I want to share, which I think are a good guide to this approach. The first is the right goal is water productivity, not the water conservation. Water conservation may lead into saving water, but using the available water more judicially may help us to grow more food per drop of water. And that's the impact factor which will help us to solve the, because 85% of water goes to fresh water goes to the agriculture sector. A farmer who cuts his yield in half to use less water is not solving the problem, but a farmer who is using same amount of water to produce more yield, who is empowered with different type of tools to support that, data to do that, infrastructure to do that, is bringing more efficiency. And then there needs the hyperlocal solutions. If it is Maharashtra, if a solution to the sugarcane of Maharashtra, it's not a solution to the corn farmer of Bihar. So we need really to understand the local problems would need a local solutions. Farmer economics really needs to make sense. The economics is the sole reason for the decision making for him. How the profitable growing and diversifying of the crops can be for a farmer, that needs to be thought through, because that is what is forcing him to make the decision. And then we have to integrate the availability of water into the crop advisory. Whatever is going, crop advisory goes from people, it goes from industry, it goes from government, it goes from the agriculture department. Farmers judicially follow that. So that is what the 4 strategic pillars are which will contribute to it. So what as an audience we can do differently, and that's my last and closing note, that we really need to think on making water productivity as a priority, not just conservation, not just available, making it more productive. The available water, making the most productive use of it is the priority. We need to really have the water use advisories focused, like how we go for weather advisory, how we go for crop advisory. Water use advisory should also be an important service touch point by industry to the farmers. And policies, MSPs, economically making it sound is going to contribute a lot in making the decisions of what crops need to grow. And we really need to treat water as not as a free input, but as a strategic asset that will define how India's agriculture landscape will grow by 2030. Because a country having a population like this, we really need to grow more. So I would just say that I was really thinking that what can be the one closing line for this forum over here. It is that water is the new soil. And the next green revolution, we have seen green revolutions in past, and they have been about growing more. But as a nation, where we stand on this water crisis status, we really need to think about that. It is going to the next green revolution, it will be not defined by seeds or fertilizers. That battle will not be won alone by that, because water also is going to be an important contributor to that. And how we manage that wisely is going to define how our sustainable agriculture domain is going to grow. So my closing line to here and thought here would be, water is the new soil, and we really need to start thinking how we can make it the usage more productive. So thank you, all of you, for staying along with me. I sincerely appreciate all of you. And now, if there are any questions or anything, I'm okay to take the same.
Thank you, Shabnam. It was great to hear from you after so long. And you have been our student from the first batch. And we have always been so proud of you, of your achievements. And now we can see your abilities and the experience that you have garnered over the years. 15 years is a long time.
Yes.
Thank you so much for joining us, and hope to see you in person soon.
Sure, ma'am. Really, thank you so much.
All the best, Vita.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable insights and inspiring journey. Now we would begin with the prize distribution. Firstly, we have the poster making activity. Now I would like to call all the delegates and Renu ma'am for the prize distribution and distribute the certificates to the winners. Beginning with the poster making activity, for the third prize, we have Ashmita and Shivanshu, BSc EVS HR, second semester. Okay. For the second prize, we have Anushka Rothan. Anushka Rothan, BSc Marine Science, HR, second semester, for the second prize. Okay, she is not present. And for the first prize, we have Kashish, BSc EVS, HR, fourth semester. Is she present? Okay, Kashish is not here. Moving forward with the photography activity, for the third prize, we have Mahima Singh. For the second prize, we have Prateek from MSc EVS second semester. Second. Okay, he's not present. And for the first prize, we have Shaurya from BSc EVS second semester. अंशु को भी वो लेके जाएंगे. Okay. Participants को बुलाओ. Okay. Now we would like to call all the participants. Shrishti Avasthi. Okay. Shaurya Chauhan. Mehak. Kanishka Raman. Paras Mimrat. Next, we have Karthik. Tanak Sharma. Then we have Gabriel Sumi. Sejal Sharma. Jia. Asmita Kumari. Ankush. Ankush and Asmita. I think they are not present today. Then we have Mayank, Arnav, Swastika Negi, Anushka Majumdar, Anu Yadav, Navneet Kaur, Naina, Kaisam Liam, Yashasvi, Jatin Sharma, Adit Kumar, Bennett Varghese Roy, Sri Hari, Shriya, Pratyusha De, Shrija Roy, Shriya, Sri Hari, it's with mom. Bennett, Shrija Roy, Sarmishtha Devi, अथर्व शर्मा, M.K. Sanjuna, Kinkini Datta, Nikita, Riya Laskar, Shaurija Roy, Shivanshu Singh. Vivek Kumar, Utkarsh Bhatt, Deepika Saini, Vinita Kumari, Arushi Sivaj, Anubha Anand Mishra, Anya Mishra, Tanusha,
Anya Mishra, Manna and Sam.
Manna and Sam. Not here.
Thank you for the presence today.
Thank you for your presence today. Thank you very much.
Pratyusha, ma'am.
नवनीत दी, नैना, नाम क्या? दिया लश्कर. ओके, यही बता दी. Just ये रहा. What's your name? Just a second. ये रहा. Just a second. Oh God. Hi, Samya. What is this? मन्ना तो नाम लिखी गई ना? नहीं है.
Just a minute. It's with ma'am.
What his name? Ma'am, his certificate is missing. Just give me a name.
हाँ जी मैम.
क्या? Star.
Now, I would like to invite Dr. Renu Dhupar ma'am to felicitate Dr. Anshu Gupta ma'am and Dr. Sandeep Kumar sir with a shawl and memento.
मैं बुला लूंगी इसके बाद. इसको मैं बुला लूंगी. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am, sir, for your warm presence today. Ma'am, Anshu Gupta.
Now, I would request Renu ma'am to felicitate Anshu Gupta ma'am, IP University.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presence. I request all the faculty members and students to please come forward for a group photograph. Please step forward, students, for a group photograph.
तो अपने आप को लंबा समझ रहा इधर 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 पे हो अच्छा सर तो ऊपर चलो आ जाओ अरे उधर नीचे से ही हो जाए लंबा फोटो नहीं आएगा पीछे जाओ इसकी हाइट ज्यादा है पीछे जाओ कहाँ है लटके